their opinions about this. So, and push
There
the
is no
coffee link button or share the live
from
with
people
as many
that are
Republicans as you can.
Exactly. So this whole thing started because, for those of you who do not know, Donald Trump appointed venture capitalist Sriram Krishnan to be a policy advisor in his administration. Sriram advocates for eliminating a cap on green cards so that companies can hire more skilled immigrants. His appointment angered many in the MAGA movement who want stricter immigration laws and more jobs to be given to Americans. So that triggered a lot of people on the America First side of the MAGA of the Civil War. Okay. Laura Loomer, who's never been shy about her, bending the knee to Donald Trump. She writes on Twitter, on X, deeply disturbing to see the appointment of Sriram Krishnan as senior policy advisor for AI at the Office of Science and Technology Policy. So that kind of started. That was sort of the little riff, right? So then Trump appointed Vivek, tweeted in support of foreign workers, essentially saying that Americans are too dumb and lazy to compete for tech jobs and that American culture venerates mediocrity. His quote, here's the tweet. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zach and Slater over Screech in Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel in Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. So the die has been cast by Vivek, literally just dissing on the MAGA loyalists, the America First folks who got Trump elected, right? It continues. This made white MAGA supporters very, very angry. One comment on Twitter was from Tech Worker USA, the quote, "You're being replaced in your own country because your culture is inferior to India's." That was something that Vivek said. Juliana responds, "Bad take. This is racism, pure and simple." The Columbia Bugle responds, "Cool story, Vivek. Now back in the locker." It's getting heated. And then Armand Domaluski, who's been verified on Twitter, responds, "Vivek talked." This is crazy. Vivek talked to white people the way white people talk to black people, and they fucking did not like it. That is, for me, of all the things that I saw, that was the one that really hit.
Well, I mean, it's so true. Well, first of all, I don't think they understand a lot. No offense to MAGA, but if you say H-1B visas, I have talked about this for so long. I don't think they understood what was going on. But once he started shitting on Boy Meets World, they were like, "What?
Exactly.
Oh wait, hold on. Are you talking about Saved by the Bell?" Now I'm pissed. You know what I mean? These are like salt of the earth Americans. And Vivek is saying, hey, American culture produces mediocrity. And like what they didn't fully understand, but then he started throwing in those cultural references. And then they're like, oh, hell no, not Corey from Boy Meets World.
That's right. That's right. I mean, and you know full well about the tech industry dominated by people from India. I mean,
yeah, I would just want to say, because again, I do come from the tech industry. I don't have the pleasure of having the power of an engineer, right? Like I just bring the money that pays for the engineers. But I will say this, there are brilliant American engineers. And what you need, so the argument that there's just not enough talent in America, that is truly not the case. What it is I'm an American engineer coming out of college. The recruitment process, I mean, they will give these people cars. They will say, you can have anything you want. I don't know if you're aware of what 80/20 time is in the tech industry, but engineers are so highly sought after coming out of college that they will just be like, hey, if you will just agree to work 80% of the time on the stuff we need you to work on, the other 20% of the time, you can use all of our company resources and you can work on whatever projects you want to work on. And we might even fund them if they're good enough, like that, because American engineers have all the bargaining power, right? These are people coming out making making high six figures, and they can't keep them if they don't like it. Like you can't get engineers to stay in their desks. A lot of them are antisocial. It's hard to retain them. American engineers can just leave the company at any time they want. They have all the power, and that's why they love the H-1B visas. Elon was known for this when I was in the tech industry, because they're indentured servants. The visa does not transfer. You can't leave the company that brings you to America. You are trapped at that one company. If you don't work the hours they want, if you don't do what they say, they can deport you.
And Trump has actually since then doubled down on siding with Elon and Vivek, which I do. Again, there's that rift, right? So Trump gets, again, the distraction, right? We're going to use hateful rhetoric. We're going to use lies. We're going to use deceit. We're going to say it's the trans community's fault. It's the immigrants' fault. It's the poor's fault. It's everybody else's fault. This is why this white people. These are the people you should hate. Meanwhile, this is what we get, right? So it continues. Elon joined Vivek on the side of supporting worker visas for immigrants, similarly claiming Americans aren't smart or hardworking enough for tech jobs. Here's the quote: "The number of people who are super talented engineers and super motivated in the USA is far too low. Think of this like a pro sports team. If you want your team to win the championship, you need to recruit top talent wherever they may be. That enables the whole team to win." These billionaires are claiming this is a quote from somebody responding to that. These billionaires are claiming they support immigrant workers purely for merit-based reasons. The reality is foreign workers are easier to exploit. They lose their H-1B visas if they're laid off, meaning they're more likely to accept lower wages and worse working conditions. That is not true. That is absolutely not true. And this is part of the divide as it gets deeper and deeper. Oh, but it gets better. So Autism Capital responded, and this is interesting because this kind of summarizes the entire thing. So basically, the right split into two factions: tech right and right. And the tech right is like, hey, we need H-1B visa people to do the jobs. And the right was like, no, you need to hire Americans. And the tech right is like, but you guys are stupid. And the right is like, well, you don't train us. And the tech right is like, you can't out-train being stupid. And while all this was going on, we learned that some people really don't like Indians. And then Elon Musk responds, that pretty much sums it up. Elon then began removing the blue verification badges from right-wing influencers who criticized his support for H-1B visas. Laura Loomer: "Why am I being punished by having my verification taken away for standing up for American workers?" Isabella Moody: "Wow. The X team just put my verification under review after calling new algorithm shadow ban." Libs of TikTok: "Why are so many accounts suddenly losing their blue checks and subscribers?" And then Elon told MAGA critics, well, this: "The reason I'm in America, along with so many critical people who built SpaceX, Tesla, and hundreds of other companies that made America strong, is because of H-1B. Take a big step back and fuck yourself in the face. I will go to war on this issue, the likes of which you cannot possibly comprehend." And then Trump came out on the side of H-1B visas for foreign workers. And while white MAGA voters were sold racism as a solution to their problems by billionaires who are even more committed to capitalism than they are to racism, those voters must now contend with the fact that their jobs are not getting better, nor are their groceries getting cheaper. All the terrorizing of minorities was a red herring tactic by a group of CEOs whose primary interest has always been distraction, by distracting working people enough to keep exploiting them. Big tech, this is from Laura Loomer to wrap this up. "Big tech hates me. I'm banned on Cash App, Venmo, PayPal because these people want to strangle me and have been subjecting me to their caste system for years. I was one of their first victims, and I'm not going to let them victimize all of you either. You can support my work here on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you." And then Buy Me a Coffee responds, "The founders of Buy Me a Coffee, the platform she is relying on, are two Indian tech professionals." I mean, this is
Can't
just
write this
delicious.
stuff.
This
It's
is
interesting because
delicious.
they're right about they're right about certain things, right? Like, do not listen when anyone in the tech industry says there aren't talented American engineers, right? It
Or as
is,
bad
they
as
are
Adolf
paid,
Hitler.
I think, on average, a third less, right, than engineers that are American citizens.
Yeah, yeah, and then Steve Bannon needed to chime in. This is
God,
pretty
I know
interesting.
the day I thought I'd be like, I mean, day, like, I don't know. Steve Bannon had 3 days. He dragged Elon Musk for 3 days. His show is like, what, 6 hours or something?
Something like that.
3 days, 6 hours a day has been dragging Elon Musk.
This is what he had to say.
Capitalism, Elon Musk. And by the way, when we cut him off, he went begging. He went begging the CCP, and that's why they have the joint venture in Shanghai, the Tesla, which is 100% of his value, right? This guy lives on government contracts and taxpayer subsidies. Okay, it's all. We're going to get Joe Allen in here for a second to transform it. Elon Musk, once again, brother, I'm smart enough to tell you no to your face, and I'm evil enough to be able to expose you as a running dog for the greatest enemy this nation's ever had. You're a war profiteer. You're sleeping with the enemy, brother, and you've been doing it because you're not an American nationalist. You're not even an American. All you are is a globalist, okay? A globalist. And you will go where anybody writes you a check, and you would take it from Adolf Hitler himself, because you're taking it from people that are as bad as Adolf Hitler. The murderous regime of the.
Anyway, you get the idea.
Well,
F1 in the
and he said
chats.
that in 2023. Like,
He
just to
did.
be clear. Yeah, Steve Bannon said that in March of 2023. I used to listen to his show every day. Yeah, that's from a long time. Like, Steve Bannon has been calling. That's how you can see the divide. There's the Steve Bannons and the OG MAGAs, like the America Firsts, right? They've hated Elon Musk forever.
Forever. Yeah. And, again, if this is going to be, if this is a war, we need to anticipate that those with the most money will win, because they always do in this case, right? So this is a little data that I pulled, and I think this is really disturbing. So as of April 2024, so April of this year, there are 2,781 billionaires in the world, which is a record high. Okay. 141 more than 2023 and 26 more than the previous record set in 2021. Combined wealth, you might want to sit down for this, $14.2 trillion, which is $2 trillion more than 2023 and $1.1 trillion more than the previous record. The top 20 billionaires added $700 billion in wealth since early 2023. The U.S. has 813 of the 2781, so roughly 30%, the most in the world, followed by China with 473. The world's top 1% of earners own more wealth than 95% of humanity, according to the Oxfam report. 5 richest people in America, Jeff Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, Larry Ellison, and Warren Buffett, will surpass $1 trillion in combined wealth in early 2025. And tell us again it's immigrants? And tell us again it's the LGBTQI community? This is why this is happening, because the entire plan and plot from people like Elon and the wealthiest amongst us was to get Trump elected any way they could, because they know Trump's a narcissist. All they had to do was stroke his ego. All they had to do is come up with some hate-filled rhetoric towards people, and now they're in charge. And this is what's going to happen. And this is what we're seeing. Those numbers are staggering.
And they had to
The
give him
world's
money,
top
right?
1%.
They paid for it, right? Like, they gave him money too, because you have to give
Exactly.
Trump money.
Exactly. In Slice of
You got to
Pittsburgh,
give
you're right.
Trump money.
It absolutely worked. All right.
And like, yeah, the tech lobby has forever, like, one of their biggest goals, just to be clear, this isn't new, for decades. The tech lobby has been trying to get what they want, and what Trump is basically signaling, which I guarantee you, that's how Trump got Elon Musk's money. This was agreed to a long time ago. They
No
want the
doubt.
cap on H-1B visas lifted, right? They want
Exactly.
either an unlimited amount, or they want way more than is permitted now.
It's also why they wanted the debt limit increased. So, Hachi, good morning. How are you today?
Oh, I'm good. Thank you very much. You can hear from my accent. I am an immigrant,
Okay.
I am not an H-1B visa. I came the first time in US with a LB1 visa, that is an internal transfer. It's like an expat. I moved from Italy, and my company moved me from Italy to US, and I can explain also how it works. But the reason why I am here is because I want to explain two points that actually are coming out from this civil war, as you want to call it. First, that it's not true that these people MAGA wants to only illegal. They don't want the illegal in this country. They don't want the immigrant anyway, any kind of immigrant. That's it.
I agree. Like the entire thing has never been about immigration. It's just been about racism.
Second, you didn't mention, but Trump also said that he likes H-1B visa because he hiring H-1B visa. I think he doesn't know what does it mean H-1B visa.
Oh, he has no idea. Yeah, he's confused. Trump, just to be clear, that's the irony. Like Elon Musk is online correctly saying, H-1Bs, these are the top one. These are very intelligent people. That's why I'm bringing here. And Trump is like, oh yeah, I've got a bunch of them cutting my grass. He's confused with H-2B visas. That's what it is. Trump literally has no idea what he's talking about. When he came out, what he was saying, he's talking about H-2B visas. He just doesn't even know what an H-1B visa is.
As I said, I came here, in 2000, so 24 years ago. So I came because my company, transferred me for, actually, they said 6 months, and then I was here for 1.5 years. But anyway, so the story is that even for an LB1 visa, that is an internal transfer, so you just say to a guy that he has some specific skill and you want that he can go to do some work in another country, and it took a lot of a document. You have to demonstrate that you cannot find a person that has exactly those skills in US, and this is exactly the same documentation that you have to prepare for the H-1B visa. So now, what does it mean? It doesn't mean that you in US you don't have people with that defined skill. Means that you cannot find the people with that defined skill because maybe they're already hired by somebody else. So the problem is not because the American people are not capable to do this job. There are not many people because this country is going to grow a lot in the technology, and they will need so many of these people.
I do think there's an element, though, that we don't have that level of sophistication in our workforce because we could just look at the
I have
education.
a strong idea too.
Well, we can look at the education level. I mean, we have our nation reads at a 6th grade reading level. So yeah, we are deficient in STEM in particular, right? And I think the points that are being called out are legitimate, to be honest.
This country does not invest in their own people. I mean, they make college and education so expensive that is unbelievable, stupid, idiotic, and you guys accept this. This is making me angry. In Europe,
I agree.
My family was, we were farmer. Farmer means a very small land, and we were really poor, and I could actually get a degree on my own, and paid by the government or the tax that my family also paid, and I could actually do what you guys we will never do.
I appreciate that, Hachi. I think this is I appreciate your perspective on that, and I think it's a really good call out that we do need to be aware of the fact that we don't have, for the sophistication, like we've talked about this many times, we're no longer a rudimentary base level manufacturing society. We haven't been, and we shouldn't be. We're moving towards progress and innovation, and in sophisticated manufacturing that involves the next generation of energy, the next generation of robotics, whatever that might be. And we don't have the labor force to support that. We don't have the engineers. So again, our nation was built on the back of immigrants. And for some reason, you brought up the point, and we agree that this has never been about immigration policy. This has always been about racism and preservation of whiteness. So Hachi, thank you for jumping in today.
I have another important part that I want to discuss because this is not a part of it.
Sure, but briefly though, please.
So the reason why there are not only H-1B visa from India, there are from China. I work with a lot of Indian and the Chinese and the African and the European. So the problem is the Indian are more likely difficult for them to get the green card. So technically they have to stay with H-1B visa for a long time. So they are the perfect kind of a worker that they will do.
Victim.
The company will
Yeah.
say to do. That's it.
Thank you, Hachi. We appreciate you very much. You have a good day.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
I was going to say, like, you have to understand a lot of these H-1B visas comes from countries where they are paying for their educations or heavily subsidizing education. To get an engineering degree in America, you are going into debt for life. So yeah, like if we want, imagine like MAGA's just like, hey, you're taking our high skilled worker jobs, but also let's defund the Department of Education, and it's a larger issue than just that. We should be subsidizing education. If they wanted high skilled workers, this is what I'm saying. If they cared about the problem, right? Vivek saying, "Oh, Americans are just lazy," or we don't have people focused on STEM. Then we would subsidize education in America, right? We would subsidize university like most other countries do, but they're not because they don't want to pay American wages.
Exactly. Here's a note. A daily reminder that an immigrant didn't steal your wages or take away your pension. A billionaire did. During the last 50 years, more than $50 trillion in wealth has been redistributed from the bottom 90% to the top. That's trillion with a T, by the way. Where's that other one that I wanted to
Someone
read?
said in the comments, soon you'll have no platform to spew your hate. You're welcome to come up and talk to us about those strong feelings.
Totally are. You're totally welcome to come on up. So then that leads kind of into what we have pending over the next week, which would be the new Congress being sworn in on January 3rd. Very, very slim majority that the majority party, the Republicans have, which I think is 2 votes. Could even be 1, depending on how things shake out with Elise Stefanik and whether or not she gets confirmed. And there's other people. Scott Perry is another name has been mentioned. So let's assume it's 220 that they have. So that leaves them. So 218 would be the split, right? Depending on how many. It's 1 more than half, depending on how many voters there are. Meaning, if it's not 435, if it's 432, then half would be 216. So the margin's incredibly slim. Mike Johnson, I think it was Thomas Massey who came out yesterday and said, "You do not have my vote." So we've got the Freedom Caucus, the America's First Caucus, who already threw a monkey wrench into the plans of the spending bill 34 or 38, depending on which vote it was, said no to the plans from Doge and the plans from this big government Republican Party. So we don't know what's going to happen. I mean, we really don't know. I can tell you this from what Hakeem Jeffries has said. There's not going to be saving anybody this time. They've made their bed. This is the Republican majority. They have enough votes to secure their speaker. I think Felice pointed it out, like 15 or 16 votes for Kevin McCarthy, 4 or 5 for Mike Johnson by the time his name came around. So over 20 to 25 votes for the majority party during the last Congress to determine who's going to be the speaker. And now you've got more division, whether it be over the Doge issue, whether it be over the America First movement, H-1B. It's really crazy. So what are your thoughts on that, Felice? Do you think there's a possibility that Hakeem Jeffries could end up being the House Speaker?
No, I don't think Hakeem Jeffries will end up being the House Speaker. I think that's wishful thinking. But I think that, yeah, Trump posted this yesterday, so I'm just going to read some of it. Like, Trump pretty much gave the rubber stamp on them ousting Mike Johnson yesterday. Yep. It was one of his last posts. He said and again, the reason is Trump is mad because of the debt ceiling. So think about it. Facts correctly just pointed out how small now with the Kay Granger thing. God, we need term limits for people. But what is going on? We just have people in the memory care facilities that we've elected to Congress not knowing about it for like a year. That's cool. That's where we're at now. But yeah, with the small majority, right? Once Trump is in power, they are not going to be able to raise the debt ceiling without the Democrats. There's no way. They will need Democratic votes to raise the debt ceiling because look what you saw with when we had to, fund the government. There's about 20 to 24 Republicans that are never going to vote to raise the debt ceiling without significant cuts to the budget. And Trump doesn't want to do that. Trump wants to give tax cut. Trump wants to give $1 trillion tax cuts to the rich and to corporations. And so he knows he needs to spend. So he last night essentially said, Mike Johnson needs to figure this out now before I'm in office, which is impossible. They can't do that. The window is closed. The debt ceiling is not getting raised before Trump is inaugurated. But he basically said, hey, this is Mike Johnson's fault. He threw him under the wheels of the bus. Like everyone has been calling, for the last few days, people like Thomas Massey have been calling for Mike Johnson to go. And and Trump pretty much said yesterday at the end of the day, sure, yeah, he should go. He's blaming him for the debt ceiling. He's saying, fix it or or I blame you. And yeah, he can't fix it. And this is what happens. We are seeing Mike Johnson's expiration date, right? You're
Chris
only as
Fay,
useful as your last transaction.
Chris Fay in the comments fully said that. How about this? Why don't you pick a fight personally with MAGA? Man up. Nice, Chris.
Embarrassing.
Thanks.
How embarrassing. When Pickles and I were debating like 2 days ago, someone was like, why don't you, if you care so much, why don't you do what we did and do a J6? It's like, cause we're not idiots. I don't know.
Traitors. We're not insurrectionists, traitor cowards.
Cause I have a brain and all I'm doing is saying facts. If that bothers you, you need to think about why. Exactly. Why does it bother you to hear the truth? Why does it make you so upset? Anger is an emotion, right? Yeah. That too is emotional. Men don't seem to understand that.
We learned that this past Friday night. We did a live on that topic about, is there such a thing as positive masculinity, or what does masculinity mean to you? And we had so many examples of people coming in, and last week we touched on this quite a bit. And I think this is kind of what we're seeing now, right? A lot of people, I spent some time over the weekend in a couple of lives, and a lot of people still either haven't heard about this rift or they don't think it's a big deal.
And think the billionaires are doing Trump a favor. Think about who's not really reporting on it. And I'll say the Washington Post has a couple articles on it, but no one is expressing, you know what I mean? Like the deep truth about it. Yeah. Later on the People's Receipts, I'm going to talk about this as well, kind of go into a deep dive. And I think it's the first time I have maybe like 2 clips because like legacy media has dropped the ball. And think about it. Jeff Bezos is a billionaire. Jeff Bezos has a lot of H-1B visas. Jeff Bezos is one of the tech bros that wants the cap on H-1B visas lifted. So am I surprised that we're seeing, the billionaire that owns the LA Times? Like, am I surprised we're seeing a bunch of people not really report on this? No.
Jeff Bezos apparently in conversations with Donald Trump about eliminating the U.S. Postal Service so that Amazon then can deliver your letters for $15 or whatever that might be. So
that's that's my prediction. I think he wants to privatize the Postal Service. But also, one of Trump's crazy posts on Christmas, I believe it was, is, Bill Gates just asked me to come to Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, actually, and then apparently I saw this too, and I'm not sure. I have to confirm this because I can't find it anywhere else. But apparently, there was a direct message that Trump sent to Elon that he thought was a direct message that ended up becoming public on Truth Social.
I heard about that, or something like that. Yeah, he posted like his text, or something like that.
Exactly. So it said, "Where are you?" This is from DJT. Where are you? When are you coming to the center of the universe, Mar-a-Lago? Bill Gates asked to come tonight. We miss you and X. X is Elon's son, X. New Year's Eve is going to be amazing, DJT. So that obviously was a direct message intended to go just to Elon. So again, where are you? When are you coming to the center of the universe, Mar-a-Lago? Bill Gates asked to come tonight. We miss you and X. New Year's Eve is going to be amazing, DJT. I can't believe it. And then you have people like MTG. And I find it interesting for her because she's talked about how the construction companies that she's owned in the past.
Can I just say, I have to just, that she inherited from her daddy. Exactly. Like, can we that is not, MTG did not start a business. Exactly. That's her family business. I will say though, because I had to do a lot of research because I was in disbelief. She did get an MBA from the University of Georgia, but please, she needs to stop acting. She's like, I've owned a construction company for decades. Yeah, your family owns it. Please stop.
PPP loan to help support that construction company during COVID, right?
Oh yeah, it's still up. So yeah, this is what he said. Where are you? When you come into the center of the universe, Mar-a-Lago, Bill Gates asked to come tonight. We miss you and X. New Year's Eve is going to be amazing, DJT. Yeah, I'll send you a screenshot. It's still up. This is what I was talking about.
Yeah. And then there's another. This is MTG's statement. Where is it? She talked about strong MAGA voices. What did she say? She said, everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. We have a gifting goal. There's a subscribers goal today as well. Felice's pay apps are in her bio. They're also above her head.
It's just a girl has no name, just like my profile. That's Cash App and Venmo. Yeah, we're
There you
almost to,
go.
let's get to 150K. Tap, tap, tap. Tapping is clapping. Thank you so
Yes,
much, guys.
sharing is caring. And just as a reminder, if you would like to participate in a little contest we're doing for merch, there's if you join our Discord, there's a merch submissions channel. If you have an idea for something like, I Dissent, for example, we have two new ones, Don't Be Stupid and Resistance, along with a whole bunch of other stuff. It's stupid spelled STOOPID. That's in there, along with, I am fucking Zen. I am radical, liberal scum. A whole bunch of really banana hammock, all cool, bunch of cool stuff. A lot of these came from various conversations or things that we say on the show. We've changed one from "What did you have for dinner" to "What did you have for breakfast." If you would like to participate, if you have an idea for a shirt, submit it through the merch submission. If we pick yours as the winner, then you get a shirt or a sweatshirt or whatever it might be on us. So there you go. And again, if you want to support the channel, please subscribe to YouTube. We are streaming again. Also, Felice is streaming on her YouTube channel. You can follow me in Blue Sky, and pay apps are in the bio if you'd like to support what we do here. All right, what was I just going to bring up here? I tried to find MTG's quote, and I can't find it. What did she say? She was triggered too, and she's kind
I
of
have
stuck
it.
in the
Yeah,
middle.
I looked at. I might have a screenshot of it. I didn't put it in my presentation for today's people's receipts just because I get so sick of her. But yeah, I was reading it. It's actually kind of long. But yeah, she talks about her construction company, and then she basically says like she does agree. I mean
Yeah,
she agrees with like the OG MAGAs.
that's right.
Listen,
She says, "Good." One. This is a little short snippet. She says, "Good gracious, I came out of Christmas bliss to see arguments about
yeah.
American labor versus H-1B imported labor and MAGA split over this issue. Good. That means everyone is engaged in saving this country. Here is some tough reality for some of you. There are some big MAGA voices. Okay, but there are deeper pockets."
You know what really makes me? Oh yeah, because I found it, and this is the part that makes me mad. Let me just read like after she goes on her little rant. Oh, sorry. Hello.
I got
Sorry.
you. You're good.
Yeah. Okay. After she goes on her little rant about having a construction company and saying, "Hey, it's hard to keep people employed consistently. It's a 24-hour, 7-day a week job." But she said, "Too many of our young people are killing their bodies and minds on alcohol and illicit substances, wasting years and money earning useless college degrees." So she doesn't even understand what an H-1B visa is. Like, hey, we're arguing over highly skilled labor, H-1B visas, which often require even more than just a 4-year degree. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, so what are you talking about? Useless college degrees? They're not useless. Useless college degrees, chasing unrealistic dreams. Now, this is where it gets really hypocritical. Spending all their time trying to be the next YouTuber, content creator, social media influencer, instead of pursuing a useful skill set, trade, education in order to become a part of our much needed American workforce. This is a woman. How did she get into politics? By being a crazy influencer who chased around children, right? Who had been the victims of mass tragedies and catching them on camera, running after them, harassing children. That is how she was a MAGA influencer. That's how she got
That's, I mean,
into politics. And she literally says here, like, put the ring light down. You put the ring light down. Like, are you joking?
yeah, I mean, David Hogg was the person that she was chasing after, who is up for vice chair of the DNC. So that would be interesting. Good morning, Andy. Thanks for being here.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you for having me.
You got it.
So Felice, I just have to say this. I barely even listen to what Marjorie has to say because literally anything that just comes out of her mouth is just either one, hypocrisy, or two, just something completely insane and stupid. So, but it's always a combination of both. But hearing that, it is like the most comical trophy level of hypocrisy coming from her end. Now, to the prompt, who will win the MAGA Civil War? Now, I've recently just gotten into like seeing what's going on, but just sort of like give me a basic rundown as to like what was happening because I know it was an issue with the H-1B visas.
Yeah, I mean, that's the That's how it started. Basically, the Doge side sort of just diminishing American workers, telling them that they're not qualified, unskilled, that they're lazy. Set is prioritizing the prom king and queen over the math nerds, all those kinds of things. Basically saying that the people that voted to put Trump in power are useless. They're lazy. They're not competent. They're not qualified. So we need to bring in foreign workers. We need to bring H-1B visa recipients, for example. And then Elon Musk has doubled down on that. And then you've got the MAGA loyalists, the America First people saying, hire America First, American workers. And it's created this schism. It's getting wider and wider and wider and wider.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, the way that
And
I would
money will
just,
win. And money will win.
if, I mean, let's see how that goes in the long run, but I don't foresee that going well for anybody who claims himself to be a billionaire and supporting any matter of right wing ideology. But the way that I kind of see
Wait, say
this
that
whole,
again. Say that again.
um, no, 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 I think I just kind of worded it wrong. Um, I feel like money is not going to win at the end of the day, but I don't know. It seemed to have gotten people far in this election, so to
I think
speak.
money is going to win. I think
Yeah,
money always wins with Trump.
exactly. I think that's kind of the point, Andy, that we've got, obviously you can just see how Trump has responded. Like he's gonna hitch his wagon to his billionaire friends that he knows can support him. He's never been about his voters ever. He's always been about himself. That's what I
And
mean about.
well, and think about the example. I was thinking about this example. Like, it's always like it's interesting to watch all these globalist billionaires be like, wait, not my visas. Like, oh yeah, I was pretending to be on board with mass deportation, but not my visas. And it's like what Donald Trump always does for his rich friends, right? Remember when he went to the farmers and he said, "Oh, I'm going to make the oil and gas billionaires put ethanol in the gas." So that you guys make money off gas. And then he went to his billionaire friends and said, I'll sell you guys exemptions. Right. Like there's always, that's what he's going to do. He's going to sell them exemptions from tariffs, exemptions from, not getting H-1B visas. Like that's why they're all getting close to him now. The tech bros smell the opportunity to keep the
And
tech industry deregulated.
And Andy, this is the post that sells it. This is from True Social from Trump. So the extension of the debt ceiling by a previous Speaker of the House, a good man and a friend of mine from this past September, the Biden administration, to June of the Trump administration, will go down as one of the dumbest political decisions made in years. There was no reason to do it. Nothing was gained, and we got nothing for it. A major reason why that speakership was lost, it was Biden's problem, not ours. Now it becomes ours. I call it 1929 because the Democrats don't care what our country may be forced into. In fact, they would prefer depression as long as it hurts the Republican Party. The Democrats must be forced to take a vote on this treacherous issue now during the Biden administration and not in June. They should be blamed for this potential disaster, not the Republicans. So, in an attempt to try to justify how much reckless spending they want to do, they will blame it on the Democrats. And his voters, the people that we speak to regularly, will also believe that.
I
So
see.
again, the billionaires will win. They always do.
Well, I'm sort of like optimistic in this particular scenario. Not to dispute anything that you said and what Felice said, because that's all well and valid. I'm probably being a little too optimistic, but I don't force what I see kind of going down in the future. And if this whole MAGA civil war continues well into the Trump administration, I see one, the Republican Party collapsing in on itself, and hopefully, fingers crossed, that sensible Republicans can actually come to light again, not MAGA loyalists or anything. Like, I hope that that ideology just completely is unalived altogether, and that sensible working with two parties collectively is the way that politics should be and should have been for the past 10 years. And maybe billionaires will still win in a sense, but not to the extent I'm thinking that they'll win. Like, they'll eventually get away with everything. Uh, I don't see them getting away with too much if this whole entire party collapses in on itself because one, they've enabled it, and number two, they probably won't have the resources to back out of everything that they've enabled, so to speak, if I'm making sense.
I hear what you're saying, but again, I'm not sure if you heard the data that I talked about at the beginning. There are 813 billionaires, which is one third the total number in the U.S. So there's 2,781 billionaires worldwide.
Right.
Combined wealth, $14.2 trillion. 813 billionaires in the U.S. The world's top 1% of earners own more wealth than 95% of humanity, according to a 2024 Oxfam report. Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, and Elon Musk will surpass $1 trillion in combined wealth within the first quarter of 2025. Do you think things will change?
Okay. After hearing that, probably not. No.
Yeah,
Oh,
I mean,
they have all the resources. They have all the wealth, right? 60% of wealth in America is now inherited. Yeah, like and untaxed. Like
yeah. I mean,
they have
I hear
all
what
the
you're saying. I
resources.
mean, we'd like to think. I mean, we'd like to think cooler heads would prevail. The problem is when you have such a slim majority congressionally, it's always going to be a challenge anyway, right?
I will
It's always
say
going to be a
I
challenge.
like that you're hopeful, Andy. I do think you
Me
got to
too.
be a little hopeful. Like I get
Yeah,
it. Like right, if we can't have hope, and we should have hope that a large cross section of MAGA correctly identified a problem. Do you know what I'm saying?
No, yeah, of course.
exactly.
That
Like
actually gave me
that's what I'm
hope
trying to get at.
and loudly, yeah. So I get what you're like. It's good. We need to keep a shred of hope, expect the worst and you'll never be disappointed is definitely my life motto. But hey, a lot of MAGA correctly identified the problem. And also what you have to think about is what MAGA doesn't understand. They just think, this is a cult of personality, cognitive dissonance. They think that Trump is for them, and they're going to learn a hard lesson that Trump is now a billionaire, right? And a business person that does not care about individual workers. He's a union buster. And that's why poor middle class white males built the Democratic Party, right? It was about
Exactly.
consolidating and unionizing labor. And like, I think now that they have to share their what they thought was an America first goal with a bunch of billionaires who are literally doing the opposite in real time, like they'll be reminded, oh yeah, conservative policy has never been for the working people, right? The data shows that. No Republican tax cuts have ever helped the working class. All it has done is transferred wealth straight to the top since 1980.
No,
Correct.
absolutely. And I think that's also going to be part of the revolution that we've talked weeks back, along with what Luigi Mangione did. And I think along with that, coupled with the wealth disparity, that is a hair away just from pitchforks and just revolutionary
French
times that
Revolution, the
yeah,
sequel.
French revolutionary
Exactly.
times. And
Yeah.
look, like
It
I
feels
the
more like
also
that than the U.S. Civil War. It feels more like a French Revolution sort of scenario for sure.
absolutely.
Caste war.
And the other thing is too, it's and I also appreciate you guys like trying to understand where I'm coming from. And I'm also again not disputing anything that you two are saying. I always just try to say a modicum of hope goes further than what most people could expect. And
That's fair.
that's where my optimism kind of lies. So
I get that. I guess my point was the problem is that the self reflection within the Republican Party. I don't know if there's enough because it's so tightly because the majority is so slim and because any fracturing of that majority means that there's no legislation, right? So then you're running a rudderless ship. We saw that in the 118th Congress. So I don't see how that gets better short term. Now you may be right. The problem is that the 20% or the 15% of the diehard flag wearing tattooed boob MAGA loyalists who just will do anything for Trump. Now they're going to be in a very interesting position, right? Because we always ask that question: what would Trump do for you to lose your support? So now he is aligned with people that have called them stupid and lazy, right?
mhm.
He's publicly come out and aligned
And
himself
racist.
and racist.
That's where it
Yep.
ended, by the
Exactly.
way, is Elon Musk took it there and doubled down on it, like well, I should say quadruple down. I mean, that's what he said. That's why Steve Bannon really lost his mind, you
Exactly.
know?
Exactly. So I think that's going to be the interesting thing to watch, right? So how loyal are they going to be when he literally? I mean, we joke about the comment, I love the poorly educated. We joke about that, taken out of context, whatever. But now he's literally aligned with people who have called his voters stupid,
Yep.
unqualified, unskilled, lazy, right? So then
Shitting on
what are they going to
American
do?
culture. You
On him?
don't talk about
Exactly.
Saved by the Bell in America, Vivek.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, the whole America First thing. So that's going to be the thing to watch, right? And it's going to be a slow burn for sure. But now they're in power. All three branches, they own it. They own the whole trifecta. So here we are, right?
Yep. I mean, yeah, they own all three branches, but I do.
Own
It's
being
gonna
the
have to
operative
be.
word.
Hmm?
I said own be the operative word.
Yeah, own being the operative word. Yes,
Yeah.
that I agree. But the way that I see, if they govern as poorly as they did the first time around, then it's going to be a rude awakening for MAGA. And just like the rest of the Republican Party, I just see it kind of collapsing in on itself. But that's going to, I think, what's going to cost them the House and the Senate in the next 2 years. And then with any luck, the White House within the next election. Again,
We
just
we
being
can hope.
optimistic here, but
Yeah, no, I got you. The problem is, like we always talk about this, is that yeah, as it burns, it's always the people that are in the marginalized groups that always feel the pain, no matter what it is. They're the ones that are going to feel it the hardest. So
yeah.
the lesson that MAGA has to learn is going to be the expense of everybody else. That's the sad
And I
part
think
about it.
also to your point, what you always bring up in your lives is it probably has to take for the system to collapse. I hope that it doesn't. And nobody in this chat absolutely wants it to collapse. But if it does have to come to that, maybe it's going to have to awaken, ugh, I can't even
It
speak.
may,
It
it
has
may.
to open the eyes of some people to see, like, holy crap, we made a shit choice, and now we're paying the price for it. Everybody's paying the price for it.
That's right. Thanks as always, Andy. Appreciate you. Have a good
All right.
day.
Thank you guys.
See,
Have a good one.
see you
Happy
later.
New
You
Year.
too. You too. Yeah. Happy New Year. Happy Hanukkah. Happy Kwanzaa. Appreciate y'all being here. Everybody keep tapping. Why is Fleece only at 488? Let's get that done, please. He brings up a good point. Like, and I don't know where this is going to go necessarily, but we saw how just ridiculously incompetent the 118th Congress was with Mike Johnson at the helm, right? I mean, say what you want about Nancy Pelosi, she never brought a bill to the floor unless she knew she had the votes. So the division within their own party is going to make it impossible to govern. Impossible, right? So the
Mike Johnson's
Senate.
a coward. I don't mean that. I mean that
Oh,
in the
totally
nicest
agree.
way. But
Yeah,
like, yeah, you have to get people's buy-in. Like, the saddest thing is what I'm agreeing with Nicole Maliotakis, who I can't stand. Like, and she's one of the people that's like, Mike Johnson doesn't have my vote. Oh, cool glasses. I love accessories. And she was saying that, like, hey, if Mike Johnson was a real speaker, he would be getting people's buy-in along the way on these spending bills he's trying to pass. Like, we're seeing him shaking hands with the Democrats in the hallway, like, and they know more about what's going on because Mike Johnson doesn't have the guts to go into the Republican conference and be honest. But I mean, he's right. Like, he can't pass anything without Democratic votes. He was correct in saying that. But she's like, there has to be communication, and they don't communicate. They are a circus, which is funny because I used to think Democrats, were so quick to eat each other, but that seems to be not the case in the
we just
House.
don't, we just nibble at each other. They're bona fide leopards eating the face, so to speak. Just a little bit of good news. I think I'm not sure if you guys have been following this story, but we'll get back to our main topic of the day. But President Biden secured the confirmation of his 235th federal judge, which is one more than Donald Trump did. The confirmations include one to the United States Supreme Court, of course, the Honorable Ketanji Brown Jackson, 45 to the nation's Court of Appeals, 187 to the nation's district courts, and two to the United States Courts of International Trade. So I cannot express to folks who don't get into the weeds like Felice and I do how important this is. Because if we think about things that have been stopped by Trump appointed and or conservative judges in many, many states, it could be anything. It could be mifepristone, it could be IVF, it could be anything. It could be overturning executive orders, constitutionality. All these things are so incredibly important. So that is good news. That is really good news. Really
Yeah,
good
it's like
news.
25 or somewhere between 20 and 25% of the federal judiciary, I think Biden appointed, which that tells you so did Trump. So imagine, we're just seeing a lot of judge shopping. Like, I don't know if you saw, but a federal judge in, I believe, of course, Texas, it's always
Yeah.
Texas, right? Struck down the selling of the parts of the wall.
Yep.
Yeah, last week they can't sell the pieces of the wall anymore. And Trump made this crazy post about it. Like, the point of the wall is that it's pointless, right? There's been impact studies done that show it disproportionately hurts wildlife. It hurts wildlife migrational patterns. It hurts the land, right? And also people just go under it, go over it, right? It doesn't matter what type of barrier you put up. It's not productive. But, like judge shopping is an issue.
It is. And what we mean by judge shopping is oftentimes they will, if there's a particular element to an executive action or executive order or whatever it might be, oftentimes the litigants, those that want the case prosecuted, will identify an area of the country where there's a sympathetic judge potentially to their cause, and they will find someone in that particular community to become the plaintiff. I mean, the Dobbs decision, that's a perfect example of what
Yeah,
judge
like
shopping is.
Kazmarek in where Amarillo, Texas, or
Amarillo,
somewhere
Texas,
around.
exactly.
Yeah, and he's the
Right.
only one. Yeah, that's where they send all the pro life stuff through because they
That's
know, and then it will go to the Fifth Circuit, which is a bunch of wackos auditioning to be, to replace Alito and and Clarence
yeah,
Thomas.
exactly, exactly. Good morning, tongue wrestler. How are you today? Hello, tongue wrestler. Are you there? Tongue wrestler. Going once, going twice. That might have been a butt dial. So
Congress.
again, I think that's a really good thing. So that's a good win for President Biden going out the door. So our topic today again is who will win the MAGA Civil War. Really would like to speak to some people on the right because my concern is that you guys are unaware of this because it's not really being covered in your safe spaces, so to speak. Although you do claim to spend a lot of time on X, and it's funny, I was in a live yesterday and I mentioned this, and they said, well, I talked about the division and who's going to win, and this person was obviously unaware it was happening. And I kind of set them up, I must say. They said, where did you get this from your liberal sources? I said, well, what would be a reliable source? Like, would you consider X to be a reliable source? It's like, yeah. I said, well, that's where I got it from, X. So, the Civil War on full display right in the places. And then again, this person was like, yeah, you guys, typical
And join your
Democrats.
MAGA brethren in the trenches. I've actually never seen back,
Exactly.
like, it's actually kind of fascinating. So, what, oh God, I have just been reading comments on X for days, laughing hysterically. And I actually kind of think watching MAGA fight an internal civil war is very interesting. It's like it just occurred to some of them, like, oh, we can fight each other.
Yeah.
It's like once it starts going, it's like fascinating to watch. And yeah, if you're unaware of what is going on X, well, you kind of missed a lot of it. But you should go defend the other people that are standing up for you. I mean,
Pick a side.
like think about it. Well, the only disappointing part to me was when Trump finally weighed in, which he had no idea what he's talking about. He mistook H-1B visas for H-2B visas, and if you guys know what he did, he wouldn't even put a post on True Social because he knows it would anger his base. It would anger his base, and I don't think he's quite ready. Like this is again him. He was golfing all day long. Then he was at Mar-a-Lago like karaokeing at night, listening to
Yep.
like
To
disco
that
hits.
to
And
that point. Go ahead. Sorry.
oh no, I was just gonna say that's what he was doing, like while this was going on, and I think that's because he is going to be in league with the tech bros, with the billionaires. That's why he's appointing them to positions. If he cared more about OG America First MAGA, he would have appointed them to these positions, right? He would be letting real OG MAGA who are America First be in charge of Doge, right? But he's
That's
not.
right. Yeah.
And when he came out in support of Elon and Vivek, I thought it was fascinating. Some MAGA are still like, no, this is not cool, but watching some of them, because a lot are in cognitive dissonance, try to be like, well, I guess it's okay. Like, the weird justifications. And part of that was then trying to blame the left. This is the left's fault. Like,
Yeah.
how?
Kathy, you said you're a lefty, but you don't understand the Civil War thing. We can try to recap it for you. So basically, what has happened here is that you've got, Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy, the Doge guys, the who bought the election. Let's be real, they bought the election. They are in support of bringing in foreign workers to take on high tech jobs in our country because, from their perspective, American workers are lazy, uneducated, would rather be, just diminishing them, basically dismissing them. So that's that one side. And then the MAGA loyalists are like, well, wait a minute, what about America first? What about us? I mean, we helped him win the election. Why are we now bringing in? Why are you saying that we're not capable of doing these jobs? Well, the reason is because you're not capable of doing those jobs. So that's kind of where the divide comes from. And Elon Musk has doubled down, basically saying "fuck yourself in the face." Literally, that's his quote, and basically saying that he's 10 toes down in this entire thing, which means that he is committed to eliminating voices by suppressing their voices literally on his platform. Once again, it's the right that suppresses voices and censors, not the left. So that's part of it. And then Trump doubled down. So on Saturday, he defended the visa program that allows highly skilled foreign workers to immigrate to the U.S., marking his first comments on the issue that has divided his supporters. Trump said in an interview with the New York Post that he's, quote, a believer in H-1B, referring to the visas granted to thousands of foreign workers who immigrate to the U.S. to fill specialized jobs. In his first term, Trump restricted access to foreign worker visas, and he had previously criticized the program, but during the 2024 campaign, Trump signaled openness to giving some foreign-born workers legal status if they graduated from a U.S. university. Quote, I've always liked the visas. I've always been in favor of the visas. That's why we have them. Boy, that's a really powerful statement. I have many H-1B visas on my properties. I've been a believer in H-1B. I have used it many times. It's a great program.
Yeah, and he's talking about H-2B. So again, he has no idea. He has H-2B visas on his property. He's talking about people that cut grass, not highly skilled. He doesn't even know what we're talking about. But I want to just read this. This is why MAGA liked Donald Trump, right? Because he's never followed through on action but it was his words, right? He says things. He has no intention of following through. This is from March 4th, 2016. This is a post he put on Twitter. My position on visas. Donald J. Trump, position, March 4th, 2016, excuse me. Megyn Kelly asked about the highly skilled immigration. The H-1B program is neither high skilled nor immigration. These are temporary foreign workers imported from abroad for the explicit purpose of substituting for American workers at lower pay. He's saying the truth in 2016. I remain totally committed to eliminating rampant, widespread H-1B abuse and ending outrageous practices such as those that occurred at Disney in Florida when Americans were forced to train their foreign replacements. Those are H-2 visas, 2B visas. He's confused again. I will end forever the use of the H-1B as a cheap labor program and institute an absolute requirement to hire American workers first for every visa and immigration program. No exceptions. And now, because he became, people gave him billionaires gave him money and attention and are hanging out with him at Mar-a-Lago, what he is now referring to as the center of the universe. He has completely changed his position.
I found this. I have to find this post because I think it tells it all. Basically, he's asking his supporters their opinion on something Elon Musk wants to do. I have to find it. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing.
Transactional Trump. Yes, let's tap the screen. Great job, guys. Tap the screen. Share the live with 5 people. If you don't have anyone to share it with, you can just push the copy link button. You push the arrow, the arrow button, and then there's a copy link button that also counts as a share. Tap the screen, share the live. You guys are doing amazing. What world are we in? Did Trump also say, hold on, let me see if I can, Heather. Oh, hi, Heather's Corn Nut. Did Trump also say any immigrant in college gets a green card? He said, I know that video, that was part of his Agenda 47. He said, I mean, this is just what I know about. He made a comment in a video one time that just yeah, would we rather really intelligent people who are graduating from American universities go home to their countries and start a corporation, or, you know, because there is a huge and there is a problem with us educating, you know, like Chinese nationals, and then they take like the technology and training they learn in American universities and use it in China. So I know that he did. Yes, he has. There is a video floating around of him saying, yeah, we should just offer them citizenship if they want to start a business here, or a green card. Yeah.
There was a post on X from Donald J. Trump News, verified. It says, breaking. Elon Musk says there should be a law that all bills introduced in Congress should be digitally accessible to the public at least 7 days before any vote in Congress. Do you agree with Elon? Interesting. Anyway, Snap 80, how are you today? Snap 80, are you there? Snap, are you there, friend? Snap 80. I guess not. Box is open, guys. I really want to get people's perspective on this. So just to recap, we've got, don't forget, January 3rd is the day that the new Congress is sworn in. January 6th is the day that Congress then confirms the election of Donald Trump, of which Kamala Harris will preside over. There are still rumblings around the 14th Amendment, Section 3, the disqualifying clause. Remember, the Supreme Court did not state that he did not engage in insurrection. They just said that Congress needs to address that through legislation. So who knows what's going to happen between now and the 6th? But I can guarantee this: Democrats will not be spreading poop on the walls of the Capitol. I can promise you that. Tootle, how are you today?
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Morning.
Morning. Doing good. Doing good. What's on my mind, of course, is this Civil War. It's insane. One thing it reminded me of is and I heard someone mention it, and I think it was on Blue Sky, that it reminded him of the Night of Long Knives in Germany. If you don't recall that, was when
I read that.
H-Man purged the brown shirts, which are
The socialists,
like
the socialist
MAGAs
division of the
today.
army. Yeah.
Exactly, and the brown shirts could be like,
MAGAs are not socialists, but
well, certainly not, but they were the brute force of getting them in, and now that they've served their purpose, they can be brushed aside. So
yeah, the Night of Broken Glass too. I think Crystal knocked. I think that was the term where the Gestapo and the SS were just released on German society as they started their cleansing, so to speak.
exactly.
Yeah.
Did you? I joined a little late. Did you cover the when Elon went on X Spaces with a voice modulator? And
no, I was gonna say, listen, I can talk all about that. Yeah, like I don't know if you guys know, but Elon Musk is rumored, let's say, I follow like one of the accounts. There's many accounts that people believe are Elon Musk just essentially pretending to be other people. They're like alter egos. One of the main ones is Adrian Dittman.
Yeah, that was the one.
And Adrian Dittman went on Spaces, which it sounds like the cadence, it's just someone with like using an audio mixer, like a voice changer on an audio mixer, which if you have an audio mixer, you know, they're not that good. It sounds exactly like him. His trans daughter basically was like, the first time I heard that voice, she's like, I recognized it as my father. She's like, I don't even think it's a very good impersonation of, you know, or a very good cover. But what's funny is, if you go back and look at Adrian Dittman's posts, it's like him commenting on Elon Musk's post, being like, "You're a great father, Elon." It's just super weird. So he was on like Spaces, like going nuts, but pretending not to be Elon. I have to. I need to read this quote. I took a screenshot of it.
There's actually a recording of him.
Oh, I know. Well, yeah,
it sounds exactly like him. The cadence, his accent.
Here, let me read this.
Yeah.
So wait, this is really funny.
This is great.
And I'm going to talk about this on the People's Receipts, but this is, I got to read what's this was an actual I think on one right winger who was on Spaces. This is what they said in the comments. It's the most cowardly and bizarre display I've ever witnessed. It was some weird mixture of kabuki theater, Adult Swim, and a Soviet style shaming ritual.
It'd be even better if his name was John Barron. Remember him?
John Barron?
That was Trump's burner, I think.
No, yeah. That's right. And he called into various shows impersonating someone else, right? Yeah, I heard
Yeah,
that.
totally.
Yeah.
It's
Well, who do you
these
think made this
narcissists
little?
just they the battle continues. I think Bannon versus Trump is going to be hilarious. So anyway, I just wanted to come up and say that and hope you guys had a good
Oh, that's a
holiday.
good call because it's funny. Well, this is the quote from
Thanks,
Musk's
Twitter.
trans
Appreciate
daughter.
you.
Her name's Vivian Wilson. She said, quote, "It has the exact same voice, accent, mannerisms, way of speaking, viewpoints, etc. The first time I heard a clip of him speaking, I got the exact same chills running down my spine from when I was a child hearing his voice. Personally, I entirely believe it's him, and I don't think it's particularly subtle."
Donnie, are you there? You had some background noise. Did you want a request? I'll send you an invite. Donnie? I guess not.
Free Fire account is Diaper Baron. That's funny. And it's so, oh, another funny thing. All I've been doing is reading comments on X. Someone was like, when all this stuff is going on, the fight between Elon Musk and everyone, someone's like, I really hope Barron is explaining this to Trump. Because, Trump doesn't understand the internet.
Yeah, Francel, I know that those are two different nights, but I was referring to another that was known as, yes, Long Knives and 34. I'm aware, but thank you for that. I appreciate that. Kelly, how are you?
I'm doing good. How are y'all this morning?
Doing fine, thank you. What's your
Love
opinion
the
on the?
spelling of your name.
Me too.
Thank you so much. I always say my mom spelled it wrong. Um, are we talking MAGA Civil War against themselves or
Yes.
MAGA Civil War they desperately want?
Well, they desperately want one, but the one that they want is not the one they're getting.
Amen. I actually, a bright spot in Jimmy Carter's passing, totally off topic. I'm sorry, I'm so ADHD, but I just wanted to say, did you hear that the flags will be flown half staff during Trump's inauguration?
Yeah, we talked about that earlier.
Oh,
Exactly.
okay. I'm sorry. I missed
No, it's
that.
okay.
But I hope y'all are having a wonderful morning and we can all at least celebrate that moment that it will piss off the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
I would completely agree. Thank you for saying that, Kelly. You have a
You
lovely
have
I
a
day.
hadn't
wonderful
heard that
day.
one.
Take care. Um, it's true. It's really true. Yeah, for those of you who don't know, 30 days for a president or former president, when they pass away, flags will be at half staff during the Trump inauguration. You have background noise, Devil Man.
You have
Turn off
background
Bluetooth.
noise, Devil Man.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Try that now. You can unmute your mic. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing.
Unmute your mic. Everybody, please keep tapping and
Hey, bro,
sharing.
you can't do it. You got to turn off your Bluetooth.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Just turn off your Bluetooth and we can have a conversation. Devil Man, are you still there?
Yeah, I just had a quick question, and you
Okay.
can drop me out. The girl previous said, about the Civil War. I was wondering what you all thought that Civil War would look like, and I wanted to say that I had touched on this subject over a year and a half ago. I actually have a video on my TikTok account. I expressed that I thought that this next Civil War was going to look a lot like the Troubles in Ireland, but add the internet. With that, I'll drop out.
Thank you. Yeah, I know a little bit about the Troubles. I won't speak to as much. You're talking about Belfast, Northern Ireland. I don't know. I mean, we could probably do some research and look at some historical comparison. This is caste war, so yeah, you could draw some parallels. I think
I
the
think the
reality.
parallel would be the Troubles were like domestic teaism,
Exactly.
like it's
Exactly.
isolated incidents of the IRA planning like domestic teaism type situation.
Exactly.
Like, so versus, like guerrilla warfare versus, some sort of coordinated attack. Yeah. And I think we have to just acknowledge that the style of war has changed, right? Like war is fought much differently now. Like even instance of domestic teaism, I think are very risky. And I don't know if that will change a nation. I think the minute you start doing things like that, your voice that you're proving, no one's listening anymore. You're just committing an act of teism. So yeah, I think a lot of that, what would be a civil war and is currently, is being fought with propaganda, right? Cyber war. This is the military is investing heavily in their cyber division because that's how wars are fought now.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, I was going to say that as well. We're already in the beginning stages of that. I think that started back in Charlottesville, or even before then. That when history books are written about these times, they'll say that these were the beginning times of the Civil War.
I think it goes back long before that, but I mean that we can use that as an interesting.
Oh, we could go all the way back to 1971 with the formation of the Heritage Foundation.
Sure, that's another point. Civil rights movement, I think, did a lot to kind of fire up the evangelical base, not wanting marginalized communities to gain any kind of foothold in society. So yeah, there's a lot of correlations that we can make.
All right. Well, I'll go ahead and drop it out. I got another 600 miles to roll, guys. I'll just sit here and listen.
Appreciate you for saying that. Have a good day. I just briefly, I just want to acknowledge that, of course, Jimmy Carter passing away. And for those of you who don't know your history, I think he's a person that will go down in what he did post presidency, as necessarily as opposed to what he did during his presidency. But he navigated a lot of things, and I found a really cool sort of compilation of some of his famous speeches. So we'll just listen in.
Social and political progress has been based on one fundamental principle: the value and importance of the individual. Based on this knowledge of Georgians, North and South, rural and urban, liberal and conservative, I say to you quite frankly that the time for racial discrimination is over. These are not just my goals, and they will not be my accomplishments, but the affirmation of our nation's continuing moral strength. Human identity is no longer defined by what one does, but by what one owns. But we've discovered that owning things and consuming things does not satisfy our longing for meaning. War may sometimes be a necessary evil, but no matter how necessary, it is always evil, never a good. America did not invent human rights. In a very real sense, it's the other way around. Human rights invented America.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to hear people speak like that. He was one of those people that when you look at the list of accomplishments of presidencies, you would probably never include him necessarily. For those people who pay attention, you would, because he, between Israel and Egypt, I mean, a peace settlement, the Camp David Accord between Menachem Begin and Anwar Sadat, right? Those things are just part of world history that made such an impact. And because he, made some decisions about pulling the U.S. Olympic team out of the Olympics because of the Russian invasion, or the hostages in Iran, all these things sort of worked against him. And he was, up against Ronald Reagan, who was supported by the evangelical right, the Heritage Foundation in particular, talking about some of the same things that Trump talks about now. So anyway, all right.
Yeah, no, if I was doing a statistical analysis on Jimmy Carter, as I always am doing, and it's true, it's like the numbers don't look great, but like when you read about the impact of his presidency, and what he did dealing with an energy crisis. I mean, there were so many crazy things going on during Jimmy Carter's presidency.
All right, yeah.
Lucy, are you there? Lucy?
Tap the screen, guys. We're almost at 250K. Great job. Tapping is clapping. I love the name Lucy. I wish my name was Lucy.
You can change it.
Actually, I like my name. Maybe I'll make it my last name.
Hi, Ray. How are you today? Ray, are you there?
Ray Day. I like it.
Ray Day. I think everybody's just having the Monday morning blues and they're just tapping the screen accidentally. before requesting accidentally.
Yeah,
Hey,
senior.
Fats.
Hi, Autry.
How you doing?
Good. How are you? Happy New Year.
Happy New Year too.
What's on your mind, friend?
Yeah, is it gonna be a civil war? I think we'll be in World War III.
We're talking about the divide with MAGA, Autry.
Oh, about against my dad. Well,
Yeah,
I
how they're
don't really know much about that, so you can go ahead and drop me.
okay, friend. Appreciate you being here, brother. You have a good day.
You too.
Go ahead, Felice. What were you gonna say?
I was just gonna say Jimmy Carter was ahead of his time on a lot of things, like climate change, right? And like the things he did for climate change was pretty amazing, right? He had solar panels on top of the White House, like in the 70s. Like he was he was such an interesting person. He was identifying like toxic waste sites, like where corporations had been dumping and hurting people. The other thing I thought was interesting, I'm trying to find it. Oh yeah, because this is again a statistical analysis of what he did. Senior government appointments, women increased by 73%, minorities increased by 87%. Yeah, so created merit-based hiring system, reduced political appointments by 40%. He's such an interesting person. Very forward thinking.
Very forward thinking, very progressive before being progressive was cool. But
exactly, like the first progressive.
And he's known. There's a famous speech that he gets panned for historically called the crisis of confidence speech. For those of you who aren't aware of that, it's one of those speeches that are it seemed like he was giving in to the fact that the nation was struggling. It wasn't known as an inspirational speech, although he was right. People didn't have a lot of confidence in the country at that time. Energy crisis, a myriad of civil unrest.
Vietnam. I mean, that we were, a carpet bombing in Asia. I mean, it was just, he came into power on the heels of something horrific, right?
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
And you know how the economy is. Like, what Nixon did was spilling over into his nightmare.
I'm going to bring up Kira's going to do some mod announcements real quick. I'll take this opportunity to take a brief break. Kira, thank you very much. I'll be right back.
Good morning. Good morning, Felice. I love Mondays. I absolutely do. You guys, we have a 1.4K in here, and we're kind of coasting around the 260 mark. So I would definitely love to see us hit 350 likes in the next few minutes. Also, the shares are looking pretty good today. I'm not even going to complain. 1.1, but we can definitely always share out more. Let's get this out. My invitation to the MAGA and Trump supporters to join the request box, please, because we are definitely interested in your Discord. It is a great way to stay informed on some things that are going on. Sorry, I just got a notification. In addition to that, consider checking out the merch store, you guys. We still have a lot of great merch out there for a lot of great different causes as well. And if you don't have seen anything that you think you would like, order it for somebody else so they can wear it right. There he is. And also, last thing, consider subscribing, you guys. We're so close to 450 subscribers. I think we're at like 432 or something right now. That definitely helps a lot. But as always, the A1s in the room guys have done wonderful in the chat. I appreciate, the cooperation it makes. Same to you. Happy New Year.
Thank you. So again, everybody, the box is open. Still want to engage in this, but I think this is related. I mean, Felice and I have these sort of brain synapses where we connect a lot of different things, and I think this to me says, like we've talked about so many times about everything's been a distraction. It's never been about what they've told you it was about. It was designed to keep you distracted. Like look over here, the man behind the curtain, all those kinds of things. Which then, I'll bring up Grayfish real quick, and then we'll pivot to just a bit of a different change in topic because I think it's related. Grayfish, how are you this morning?
Good. How you doing, Steve?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I think the billionaires win the MAGA Civil War.
Yeah, I think so
Something
too.
tells me they will.
Yeah.
I don't think that question is too hard to answer, man. I think whoever has the amount of money, they can afford the amount of pew-pews needed to win that Civil War. And Elon Musk and Peter Thiel have a lot of it.
Yeah, they sure do. I think that's a really, I think for people who are willing to pay attention, I think the fanboying that the MAGA right has towards Elon, we hear them talk about it, whether it be the tech bros, whether it be those that have their script when they come to debates. Um, they voted for what they think they're going to get, meaning that they think that the AI revolution, the Elon Musk talking about Mars, wanting to build space elevators, all kind of shit. They are all gung ho on this. Meanwhile, what they don't realize is that their grandparents or their parents are going to lose their Social Security, or the rich will continue to get deeper tax cuts, and the burden of the tax burden will go up to the middle class like it always does. So they're in the find out phase, and the billionaires will certainly win. I agree.
They will, and it's unfortunate. You knew it was coming, right? And then the thing that's so
Oh yeah.
interesting about the
Yep.
Elon Musk stance on the H-1
Yep.
visas is, Donald Trump comes out in support of them, which means that Donald Trump is in support of giving away our highest paying jobs to immigrants. But then, of course, I hear something.
Sorry, that's me.
I hear something too.
My bad. But anyway, so the H-1 visas, they target people in higher end paying jobs and everything else, and it's like Donald Trump's plan is very much spelled out. He wants to give away the highest paying jobs to immigrants while forcing Americans to work the lowest paying and hardest, physically demanding jobs as well. It's just, this is what happens. This is what they should have expected. But I have a question for you, sir, if you mind, if I may.
Sure. Ask myself and Felice, what you got?
Yes, Felice, this will be of interest to you as well, I hope. But you mentioned this earlier about masculinity, and I just have 6 traits of healthy masculinity that I'm curious as to if you would agree with. Self-awareness, emotional intelligence, critical intelligence, empathy, integrity, respect, and then strength.
I look at those as human characteristics that I support.
Good to go. All right. You guys have a great rest of your morning.
Felice,
Thank you.
any thoughts on that?
I just think most important, we all just need to be vulnerable, and that's one of the things I enjoy most on the internet is it just like I try to be as vulnerable as possible because, it's Brene Brown who says, the way back to each other into building community again is vulnerability, being willing to show who you are, without fear of being mocked or made fun of. And I think that is what the patriarchy sort of abuses out of men. Right, is vulnerability. You learn at a very young age as a male that when you are vulnerable, when you express emotions publicly, that is a bad thing. And I think men, should be comfortable being vulnerable.
I will add that to my list because I believe it is absolutely an incredible point, and thank you very much for that because I think vulnerability is something that men, especially today, struggle with. Absolutely.
Yeah, agreed. Thank you, Gray. Appreciate you very much.
Yeah, take it easy.
You too. See you later. Happy New Year.
Happy.
All right. So, what I'd like to do is we talked about doing some alt-right stuff, but I think it's appropriate based on this conversation because what we're talking about is the lie that MAGA voters were told that it was this immigration component. It was never about immigration. It was about racism. It was about a preservation of culture. So those of you who don't know, there's a gentleman by the name of Jared Taylor who is the face,
quite intelligent.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, the face and the voice of the white nationalist movement in our country. And this is an interview from a few years ago, but I thought I would play it because it has relevance on what we're talking about now because of the division in our country, because he references Donald Trump's mass deportation plan, while Donald Trump is saying, yeah, but we need foreign workers because our country's too stupid to do the job. So just listen to some of the things he says, and we'll talk about it. We'll talk during.
All around the world, wherever you look, if you see conflict, people diligently slitting each other's throats, whether it's in the Middle East, whether it's in Africa, it's because of diversity of ethnicity, of language, of religion, but primarily of race.
So he's blaming all the issues in the world on diversity. That's what white nationalists do.
So you want to live in a white-only country?
Not necessarily white only, but a country that is clearly based on a European model in which whites will basically remain the overwhelming majority in perpetuity.
Okay, how do you achieve that?
Well, that's an excellent question. Donald Trump has got some first good steps in mind. Mm-hmm. He wants to make sure no more illegal immigrants come into the country, and he wants to make sure that all illegal immigrants here go back. He wants to end birthright citizenship. He wants to put at least a temporary ban on Muslim immigration.
What happens with Asians? What happens with African Americans? What happens?
So let's pause there briefly, right? So again, he, in his white nationalist views about a European society, we can read between the lines. We know all about that. And he connects Donald Trump's mass deportation policy to the white nationalist perspective on America, right?
It's Jared Taylor speaking. He's, when I say quite intelligent, I mean that is just somewhat as I see him as an opponent. And if the more I listen, if you read his writings and his interview, he is quite intelligent and it's scary. Yeah, he's the face of the white nationalist movement.
So if you think about what we're talking about now, especially because the reason I wanted to play this, and I think it's appropriate because it sort of aligns with this conversation about which faction within the party is going to win, because the tech bros, Elon and Vivek, and now Donald Trump supporting that as well, believes that we as a society need immigrants. They're not white-skinned Europeans. We're talking about, our country, we all know this, our country was built on immigration. Our country was built on all types of groups. One of the distinctions about America is that wherever you come from, whomever you identify as, you are an American, whether you're an Asian American, whether you're an African American, whether you're a Hispanic American, whatever it might be, you're all considered Americans. Well, Jared Taylor and who's the other white nationalist, the guy I'm talking, Richard, can't think of his name now. The leaders of those particular movements believe in the whitening of America, or this is the great replacement theory and all these things that are Richard Spencer. Thank you, Toodles. Richard Spencer. That hate-filled rhetoric is connected to not only his white nationalist beliefs, but we're seeing this as part of the divide now, right? We're seeing, again, encouraging immigration, and they talk about legal immigration, but again, we all agree that it should be legal immigration, right? We're all in support of that, a better path to citizenship. But he doubles down a little bit deeper. It gets worse. Okay, again, this gentleman's name is Richard Taylor, and he's talking to Jorge Ramos from Univision.
What happens with Latinos?
What happens to my
You presented me with a very limited view of the United States.
You're saying the United States is a place anybody can come and turn it into anything you want, and the people who built this country and established its institutions, if they glimmer away, so what? You are promoting a process that will reduce my people to a minority. You want more powerful Latinos. That comes at the expense of my people's power.
We're 17% of the population,
right,
and we only have 3 senators. So therefore, we don't have the political representation that we deserve.
And you want more and more and more.
Of course, because we only have 3 senators.
How much political?
At this point, 14 senators.
And 50 years from now, how many would you like?
Let's talk about 50 years from now. In 2044,
yes,
white non-Hispanics will become a minority. Yes. Is that what you're afraid of?
Mr. Ramos, it's fantastic for you, for my people to lose power and become a minority. That's fantastic for you. How does it feel for
because
me?
Because it is our country.
How does it feel for me?
Can I just point out, the delusion of what he's talking about? They're talking about Hispanics. Please understand how Spanish-speaking countries were colonized by Europeans, right? There are white as snow Spanish speakers that come from Spanish-speaking countries. So it's you're saying you want a European model. Do you not understand that there's a majority, the same thing that happened in America, a G-side of indigenous folks, happened in these countries too with the Spanish? That's what they did. Forced mass conversion, stopped them from speaking their languages, G-sided them. What does he think is going on? There are Europeans in Spanish-speaking countries as well.
Yeah, that gentleman's name is Jared Taylor. And there's we're going to do, initially what we wanted to talk about today was the alt-right movement in America and how it's getting deeper and deeper and more loud and loud. And we decided, just because of the MAGA Civil War, that it was really topical and important that we cover this. But there's a series, and I'll post this in our Discord. This gentleman's name is Jared Taylor, and to Felice's point, he's a very smart individual, but his beliefs are crazy. I don't know how else to describe it. Let's get a little.
He hosts like conferences and things where they all meet. It's
yeah.
Our country.
It is our country. Don't you think we both have the same rights in this country?
I think that despite this nonsense in the Declaration about anybody being anyone,
Excuse me,
white people,
you don't think we are all created equal?
No. What you want to do is change this country into...
Simple question asked. You do not think that we're all created equal? No. Again, the issue with birthright citizenship and naturalization is something that's in our Constitution. You are protected under the 14th Amendment. If you're born here, you're a citizen here. Period.
Well, and just to be clear, one of the tenets of white nationalism, when you get into it, and Jared Taylor went to Yale, I just looked it up. So yeah, he is it's called scientific racism. That is it is the belief that, white people are genetically superior.
All right, let's go back to this again.
To an entire nation in which white people will become refugees in their own land if your vision comes through.
You don't want to live alongside Mexicans.
Now, why is it wrong for me not to want my neighborhood to change?
Again, the question that Jorge Ramos asked him is like, so you don't want to be living alongside Mexicans? And he said, why do I have to accept my neighborhood changing? So the parallels are extremely important. Like you'll never hear, but the majority of our high visibility elected officials would never lean in on something as despicable and disturbing as that. But the underpinnings of what they say and the subtleties, the between the lines comments that they make, this is what we're talking about when we say it's never been about immigration. It's always been about racism. And like I said before, when we talked about this before, the results of the election as we do a postmortem, one of the reasons, in my opinion, that certain groups, white women in particular, when they say voted against their best interest, I think it was voting for the preservation of their whiteness, which Jared Taylor is talking about.
My neighborhood is European. If my neighborhood, they don't keep chickens in the backyard that crow at 3 a.m.
What are you talking about? That's a complete stereotype. That's a complete stereotype.
Yes, and stereotypes are all true.
It's a racist stereotype, what you're saying.
Oh, racist. Give me a break.
What are you going to do with the thousands of Muslims?
We certainly
American citizens who are serving in the military.
I'm sure that we just couldn't possibly survive with all those Muslim Navy Rangers. Yes, I'm sure that's true.
That is not right.
No. I'm talking about
you cannot make fun of people who are saving our lives.
They want special holidays and special food.
So if you don't like their religion, you don't have to join them. That's fine.
No, they are.
But you can't discriminate against them simply because you.
Of course, anyone should have the right to discriminate against anyone he wishes.
Anyone should have a right to discriminate against anyone he wishes. See, I don't mean to laugh. I laugh. The police always says I laugh so I don't cry about it. But this is where we've come to, the rise of the alt-right in America, and this is all related to this topic. The rise of the alt-right in America has been a slow burn. And then there's been examples where it's accelerated a little bit. Now we see these hate groups that have been tracked by the Southern Poverty Law Council for a very long time, and other groups, the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League, and they're so overt and out loud about it now because they've empowered and elected people who support that ideology. And, again, the right likes to accuse the left of using race and using this hateful rhetoric as narratives, as talking points. The sad part is that this is the reality of people in our country who are achieving power.
And I want to word it. Yeah, I just want to word it this way. And I saw, who is that? It's Eric Song Architects, alt-writer trolls. You and Hillary created them. You're welcome to stop writing random things in the comments, and you can come up here and have a conversation about it. But I'll just put it this way because, the phrase always comes to mind, like not all conservatives are racist, but all racists are conservatives, right? And I don't even like to get into the rhetoric, because you always say like, oh, you're inciting, or that's the fringe. I would never say that stuff. What you are essentially voting for, and we know because I love math because math does not lie. And what we know is that conservative policies, right, are racist, right? They are social engineering projects that socially engineer minorities and people of lower socioeconomic status out of existence. And we know that because of impact studies, right? There are disproportional impacts on brown and black people in this country because of conservative policies. It is not debatable. And that is why, if you truly do not consider yourself prejudiced in any way, but you seem to constantly be in the company of people who are on the right, that is because the policies, the conservative policies, are prejudice.
Remember what Lyndon Baines Johnson said, and I quote, I'll edit for TikTok purposes. If you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best black man, although he used the C word in describing the black man. Again, if you can convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best black man, he won't notice you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. That about sums it up. Jared Taylor, again, is the name of the gentleman that we're listening to here. He's being interviewed by Jorge Ramos. It continues.
And the point is...
But not by the law, Mr. Taylor. You can't do that.
I think the law is absolutely incorrect.
Do you feel that whites are superior, are more intelligent than blacks?
I think, on average, whites are more intelligent than blacks, and North Asians are more intelligent than whites.
How can you say that?
How can you think otherwise?
Mr. Taylor,
what evidence would you have to think that a pygmy is, on average, is just as intelligent as a Dane? Why would you think that? The entire record of history is completely consistent with the assumption that black Africans are less intelligent on average than Asians or Caucasians.
That's absurd. That's repugnant and absurd.
Repugnant to you?
Yes, of course.
Why would you even entertain the possibility that on average a pygmy is as intelligent as a Japanese?
The comparison that you are trying to make, it is simply impossible because of historical circumstances, because economic conditions, because of the
More
movement.
excuses. We have to be willing to say to all those who are non-European, we wish you well, but this territory is for us. And sorry, we have the right to be us, and only we can be us.
So you want me to leave?
Under certain circumstances, yes, we would ask you to go. Unless whites are prepared to exclude people, then they will be shoved aside. That is the fate which I will fight until my last breath.
Pretty disturbing. It's the man, I'm sure how to put it. It's just the overt, outward representation of his hateful rhetoric. I mean, just the subtle questions that are asked there. You would prefer that we leave? Yeah, I would say thank you very much, good luck, but please get the fuck out.
Yeah, and I think he had another interview more recently with David Chang, who's like a famous chef. And what Jared Taylor says, David Chang's like, well, why are you voting for Trump? Kind of, and he basically says his America First policies are in line with what white nationalists want to see, and that's what you need to know. That conservative policies, and we know through data impact studies, do disproportionately affect brown and black people in a negative way. And so you can sit there and say all you want, oh, there's no hate in my heart, or whatever it is you're telling yourself, but you are voting for it. You're voting for the disenfranchising, the social engineering, the out of existence of brown and black people.
Which is part of this divide. Biggie, thank you for joining this morning. What's on your mind? Biggie Tall Small, are you there? What is going on?
Oh, hey, sorry, man. Accidentally popped up.
Did you not want to?
No, I'm actually in the middle of writing a belated Christmas card. Thanks, though.
Okay. Thank you, friend. Appreciate you very much. That's funny. All right. We'll bring up Will. Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Please get Felice to at least 2,000 coins, please. Her pay apps are in her bio. Also, we are streaming on YouTube. Please consider subscribing. Hey, Will, how are you today? Will, are you there?
Oh my God. Hey, I actually joined as well, boss. I'm so sorry.
No problem.
I'm about to go to work. You have a good one, though.
Thank you, friend. You too. Okay. Marble. Victoria, I see you. You're next. Everybody, tapping and sharing. There's a gifting goal today. If you wouldn't mind, please, if you haven't yet, join by, the heart. Do that. You know the thing. Do the thing. Appreciate you guys very much. MAGA Beta boys down here touching tips together. Okay, that's pretty funny. All right. Air Force retired. How are you today?
Pretty good. How you all doing?
Doing fine, thank you. Do you have an
Good.
opinion on the MAGA Civil War?
I find your subject today to be very interesting, and I wrote in the comments that me as a black person, I need to listen to somebody like him. He's the person I want to listen to because he's the one that's intelligent and saying the things that need to be said for his race, I guess, for whatever his existence. But it's very knowledgeable, and it tells me what I need to know to, I guess, confront a person like that, if I want to say it like that. You know how to deal with them.
You mean the sound of the interview that we just played? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh yeah, I'm talking about I seen him before. I saw him on YouTube. He was sitting down having a meal with I believe a Chinese guy.
It's David Chang. Yeah, it's David Chang. That's what I was talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, I was saying that this man's his way of thinking is so twisted. I want to ask him, what are you afraid of?
Eddie Huang, actually, but yes.
Yeah, what are you afraid of? You know, for some reason in white society, they feel that the black community is going to do to them what they had done to us. And I told my friend one time, I said, no, we're not going to do that because they'll make us the same as them. And I think I'm a better person than that. And as far as intelligence goes, I'm gonna blow that away what he said about us being inferior, because history shows how much we have done for this country. A lot of different people have done a lot for this country. It just wasn't built by them. It was built by all of us.
That's right.
And that's all I have to say. Well, you all have a good day.
Thank you, friend. Appreciate you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I do want to get.
It's quite literally built off the backs of black and Asian people. You know what I'm saying? Mexicans. Exactly. Like it is delusion. Like when he did say, "We built this country. It's our like." You know what? Like what?
And this is a little bit more sound from Jared Taylor, who's being interviewed by Eddie Huang about YT supremacy.
How it is you voted for Donald Trump when you're so into facts, because his entire campaign is not based in facts. It was all based in propaganda and emotion.
I voted for Donald Trump for one reason only. His policies, if implemented, would slow the dispossession of whites in the United States. If he were to deport all illegal immigrants, if he were to think very hard about letting in any Muslims, all of this would slow the rate at which whites are becoming a minority.
Why are you so worried about the white dispossession of America?
Because I want my people to survive. Is that so strange? We don't control China. We don't control any place where whites are not a majority. And if we become a minority, we will not control our own destiny anymore.
I grew up in this country as a minority, as the children of immigrants. I was their first child born in America. And while I didn't have much possession or didn't much control, I really enjoyed myself. And I think that if you ask a lot of Americans, they would say that I had a lot to offer this country. You know, according to you, I guess I would be perpetuating the dispossession of white America.
That is true. That is true.
Would you say that you wouldn't want me in this country?
At some point, when my ancestors built this nation, they did not build it with the intention of giving it away to Mexicans or Chinese or Haitians or to anyone else.
Do you consider, you keep saying your ancestors built this country, you consider that a fact?
Who else built it?
Black people, Native Americans, Chinese people who came and built the railroads.
Do you think none of that could have been
Italian
achieved?
people?
But they're Europeans, aren't they?
But you believe in evolution, right?
Evolution, I think,
Italians can
explains
stay.
a great deal.
So according to evolutionary theory, we're all out of Africa. So at some point, your ancestors were sub-Saharan Africans.
So what? At some point, our ancestors were unicellular animals.
So I'm saying at any point in time, we could say you were an African. So you're choosing to pick this point in time and say you're a descendant of white Europeans.
Why do you think I'm choosing this point of time?
Because it's in favor of your politics at
It's
this
because
point.
I'm alive now.
My issue with you is that I don't think you have enough compassion and vision, not because I don't like what things are now. It's that I have hope and belief in what they could be.
Again, Jared Taylor doubling down on his hate. And in his mind, and I'm curious your thoughts on this, Felice, he doesn't see it that way. He doesn't see it as hateful at all. He sees it that he's entitled to this, right?
He's a big proponent of segregation. Like from like his reading or teachings that I've read, he doesn't understand why we ever left segregation.
Yeah.
He's very confused about it.
That's exactly right.
And I just want to say, someone asked me to point out an example when I'm saying conservative policies are, inherently racist, right? It's not about accusing people of the right of being racist. It's why are people who are white nationalists voting for these policies, right? An example is voter ID laws, right? You can look up study after study after study, empirical studies that show this disproportionately disenfranchises black and brown people. The or the drawing up of voting maps, right? Like what happened in North Carolina, what happened in Louisiana, right? I mean, there's many, many examples that I could give, but those are education, right? The new Jim Crow, it was perpetuated by making sure that, in more affluent white neighborhoods, property taxes funded schools, they're better funded than schools that are in, disproportionately lower socioeconomic areas. That is that is built, that was the South's answer to like after Reconstruction, that was part of the Jim Crow.
Black Angel, good morning.
Hey, good morning. How y'all doing?
We're doing good, thank you. What's on your mind today? You want to contribute to our conversation?
Yeah, I'm kind of like very interested in you guys' conversation, and I was like listening to the gentleman that just got off. Not the one that's talking just recently talked, but he was saying that how his folks created the nation, which is untrue. I'm partial Native American and African American. My grandma is full-blown Native. My grandfather's full-blown African American. I mean, who really belongs here? You see what I'm saying? This land was stolen. It was taken from us, and it was built on the back of African American people. And I think that is just like a big insult for somebody to think that they can actually take land and claim it and kill everybody on it and be like, well, I don't want our race to die. It's just crazy to me.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're seeing. I don't think Felice can relate to your heritage for sure.
I'm indigenous and black too.
Hey, yeah.
Cool.
What's your tribe? I'm Cherokee.
Yaqui, right? It's on the border of Arizona and Mexico.
All right. It's just these folks they just amaze me. Like why don't you build things in the country that you came from? You see what I'm saying? This is not their country for real. It's stolen land, and they put up a flag, and they expect for you to stand there and respect it. It's crazy. This is like this is senseless to me.
I agree. I appreciate you jumping in today, friend. I think the reality of this circumstance, and I'm trying to draw the parallels here between what we're seeing now. The division, again, has never been about immigration policy. It's always been about racism. That's the entire theme.
Absolutely.
It's about using the arguments. It's about using these perceived threats of the LGBTQI community, these perceived threats of woke liberal Democrats, the perceived threats of women gaining too much power. All these kinds of things is just a way to kind of cover up their racism, and which is why I think it's important to draw those parallels between what Jared Taylor, a bona fide white nationalist, is saying and what we're seeing happening in front of our eyes. But thanks for jumping in today, friend.
All right, thank you. You guys have a wonderful day, and thank you.
You got it. See you later.
Right.
Nice to meet you.
Everybody, please keep tapping and sharing. Appreciate you guys very much. As a reminder, we're doing a little contest for some merch. If you like some of the merch that's in our merch store and you want to contribute to that, if you have an idea for something to go on merch, like Tap Mommy, for example, that's taken already. You can go to the merch submissions section, merch submission sections of our Discord. If you got an idea, throw down the idea. We'll gather them up over the course of this week. We'll do a poll next Monday, and the winner will get their quote, their idea, their suggestion, their thought on a piece of merch. And
I just want to say,
we'll give it to you.
Oh, sorry. Maggie, thank you so much for the Cash App or Venmo. I'm not sure. Cash App. And it says, Jared Taylor's born in Japan, according to Wiki. Wild. Yeah.
What?
That's
Really?
hilarious. Well, that's what I saw other people in the comments saying it as well. I saw it a couple times. So the irony of that, I mean, God, is that true? I have his
Hello,
page
Victoria.
open here.
Good morning. I love this conversation. As a
Grace is
fellow
great.
tech person, I definitely enjoy this conversation, having worked for someone in the industry that I now have moral issues with. Um, yeah, so I was just thinking about this, like this whole topic, and that whole one of the things that strikes me is like, people are like, well, I don't want to be called racist. I don't want to be called misogynistic. And it's like, cool, we get that. But if your actions prove that, your words, your papers, etc., prove that, then you are in fact those things. And that was one thing that struck me moving into the tech industry. Like I've always worked in customer service in different forms. Prior to this, I worked in logistics. And when I moved into the tech industry, I thought, oh, this is great, like the liberal ideas, blah, blah, blah. But then you kind of just pull back those onion layers and you realize some of these tech bros are in fact racist. They are misogynistic. They have all these bad ideas and their words like parrot that. They do the thing. I went to a work meetup and we had this gentleman come and speak, and a couple people like started looking him up, and it was very clear that he was MAGA. It was very clear that he did not like immigrants. And you're speaking to a room full of people. I'm the child of an immigrant. My coworkers are Black, brown, and indigenous, and everyone was a little on edge. But there was no apology to the coworkers that it really did offend. And then it was like, after that, you start paying attention. You're like, oh, this is your personality. And
We lost you, Victoria.
sorry, I got a call. But yeah, like then it comes out that he supports Trump. He supports these ideas. And I'm glad I'm not with that company anymore. But it's really disturbing that this is prevalent. But I do think that this will happen within the industry because they do benefit from having immigrants as getting hired.
You and Felice had that in common because I know Felice came from the tech industry, or his roots are you built your career in the tech industry, and you both saw it, both victims and witnesses of misogyny and racism and sexism and the whole nine yards. And are they right to Vivek and Elon about their disparaging the American culture, the work culture? I think in many regards they are right, and it's not because of the capacity and or capability of the American worker, but there is some entitlement, no doubt about it. There is some laziness connected to it. Our society has evolved where we're a service society now. We're not a manufacturing society anymore. So who's going to do the jobs of the future? We're not teaching STEM, especially to women.
I've made an entire career off of being a customer service person. Like I did work in logistics and was a sourcing coordinator for years, but when tariffs came through and the industry kind of collapsed, that made it hard, so that I moved into a customer support position, and I'm doing things that I never thought I would have been able to do. But nobody encouraged me to learn these things. Nobody said, hey, you have the capacity to do it. And I do it every day now. Like I do it every day. I troubleshoot stuff. So Matt just having issues with his website, and I was like, hey, hit me up, add me as an admin, I'll figure it out. And those are things that I can do now. And I wish I'd been encouraged at a younger age, but it wasn't for me. My job was to be in the kitchen.
Well, just to speak to the STEM thing, I think one of the more interesting women in STEM I met while working in the tech industry, she was an engineer, and she started a nonprofit for girls and young girls learning to code, Girls Who Code, or I can't remember what it's called. It's cool though. And she was talking about how just the way American culture is, right? Like women are raised to be, we have to be perfect, right? Like it's almost like if we can't do something perfect, don't even attempt it. And men, meanwhile, we see, YT males in this country failing up like consistently, right? They're taught like the motto in the tech industry is like move fast, break things, like swing big and fail, but hey, you swung big. Men are almost celebrated for their failures. And she would talk about how when she was working with her nonprofit, there would be boys there too, but it was so interesting to her how boys would just take risks and be doing things. And it was almost like girls were paralyzed by the fear of not being perfect, of making a mistake in society. And yeah, I think that's indicative of the tech industry being 90% male and and very much predominantly white. Like, I mean, I don't know if I ever experienced my minority status to that extreme in my life as when I was in San Francisco.
Yeah.
I
And I mean,
found this. I'm sorry, Victoria, go ahead.
and I was going to say, like, that, I happened to work for one of the companies that ended up having a huge blow up over race. And that's how I got my position, because people walked out and minorities walked out. And at the time, I just thought it was blown out of proportion. But now I look back and I'm like, oh, you guys walked out for the right reasons because everything's proved. And it was nice, like, income is great and whatever, but like when you speak out like this on this platform, that was another thing that one of the owners brought up is he doesn't like people who speak out. So I wonder if I was chosen to be laid off because I was more vocal at that point. Because I had already had a platform. It was a small platform. And then, of course, I ran for office and made it a bigger platform. But I do think about those things a lot because those are things that he writes papers on regularly and says he doesn't want outspoken employees and that says that they should be shunned from the tech industry. So it's very interesting dilemma concept.
I found this post on Twitter, and I think it speaks exactly to what we're talking about. 75% of white students who got legacy admission to Harvard were not qualified based on merit. SCOTUS repeals affirmative action. Now Harvard Law's black enrollment has dropped 52%, witnessing a historic revival of white supremacy. So I think that's a really good example of kind of what we're talking about here. You wrap white supremacy with sexism, misogyny, and everything else connected to it, and this is sort of where we're at, which is again part of this division, right? Yeah. Part of this division where people who are immigrants, Vivek and Elon, have attained significant amount of wealth in our country, and now are saying, well, what we see is that the American worker is just not qualified for the future. So if you want true innovation, if you want the next generation of brains to kind of help us turn the corner as a society, then we can't get it from here. And then the America First group, the racism, their bigotry, their sexism, they're all up in their shit because they're being told not only are they unqualified, but they're ignorant, and they were sold a bag of lies based on the fact that they were told it was immigration policy. It's not. It's racism.
Yeah.
Plain and simple.
Well, I mean, you talk about the right kind of immigrants, because this is a conversation I ended up laying into my grandmother about. Both my father and my uncle are immigrants, Italian. He's now Italian. He became a naturalized citizen. And then my father is a British citizen. And so, like, I'm still an immigrant. At the end of the day, like, I have a dual citizenship. I identify as someone who's an immigrant because of my father and my grandmother being Gibraltarian, black hair, olive skin, green eyes. And I was saying, I was like, why do you not like immigrants? She's like, well, you're not an immigrant. Yeah, I am. Like, my father is. And she was like, well, we're not talking about you. Let's lean into this. Let's lean into what are you talking about? Because it hurts me that you don't like immigrants. It hurts me that you think that somehow we don't belong here and that you voted for these policies and you think that somehow I'm not going to be affected by those things. Even if I'm not physically affected, I am emotionally affected by those things. I'm emotionally affected by those things. And I have the privilege of being white. I am white passing. I can pass as a white person, but like if I let my hair not be blonde and I let my skin get very olive, I start looking like my grandmother. And, you know, I'm still white by American standards because we created, you know, modernized racism. But to a white person who is racist, they're going to tell me to leave the country. They're going to tell me to get out. They're going to tell me I don't belong here. And that is fundamentally a problem. And, you know, when I was having this conversation with her, she just couldn't understand. She couldn't correlate those two things because in her mind, I'm the right type of immigrant. I came from the right type of immigrant, even though my dad needed help getting in the country. So it's going to be very interesting to watch this play out because I told her, I was like, doesn't matter what happens. What are you going to do when I am a victim of this? I might not be the target, but I could be a victim of it. And she was like, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You don't know that. There are plenty of people who are in Germany who thought it wasn't going to happen to them. There's plenty of people who thought that they wouldn't be affected. And as a direct line of like descendants of immigrants on one side, like that is a problem, you know. It's a very interesting thing. I come from two very different types of families. So
were you born in Italy? Is that what you're saying?
no, I was born here in the United States, but my dad is from England. So sorry, my uncle's Italian and my dad is British. Both my mother and my aunt married foreigners, which is really interesting for my MAGA grandmother because she hates immigrants and is very, very racist. And having two daughters who married immigrants is like a really interesting like dynamic for her because she doesn't like that we're immigrants. She always thinks that my uncle and my dad have made us hate America. Like she used to sing us like Yankee Doodle Dandy, like in the corner. Like my dad talks about stories where both my cousins speak Italian fluently, and she would pull them out and tell them they couldn't speak that dirty language and sing to them the Yankee Doodle Dandy to try and like really push that we were Americans and we were gonna be American. And she did it with myself and my brothers as well, even though my dad was British. So it's very interesting. I think about that a lot in my childhood of like things that she did to try and encourage us to hate other countries.
Victoria, thank you for jumping in. I appreciate that. It's quite the perspective. You're right. We just need to watch it play out. If I were a betting person, which I'm not, my money would go to the billionaires.
Yeah.
I would bet on them for winning this conversation. But thank you for being here, friend. I appreciate you.
Thanks for having me, guys.
See you later.
Bye.
Goat in the comments is saying you're soft. Goat, why don't you come and have a conversation with us? Because it would be nice. We're looking to talk to somebody with opposing opinions.
Yeah, I just sent Goat an invite. I don't think Goat will take the bait. So just as a reminder, we sort of...
But that would be soft if he didn't.
Totally. That would be really soft.
Would make him a giant hypocrite.
How we started our conversation today, and just as a reminder for those of you who are just joining, we're talking about the division in MAGA. We've seen X and Truth Social blow up with this clear divide. Someone's taking the Doge side, someone's taking the America First side, and I think the loyalty is now being split because as of April of this year, there are 2,781 billionaires in the world, which is a record high, 140 more than 2023 and 26 more than the previous record set in 2021. Combined wealth of those 2,781 billionaires, the combined wealth is $14.2 trillion, which is $2 trillion more than 2023 and $1.1 trillion more than the previous record. The top 20 billionaires added $700 billion in wealth since 2023. The United States has 813 billionaires, the most in the world. The top 5 richest people in America: Larry Ellison, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, Warren Buffett, and Elon Musk. Their combined wealth in early part of Q1 will surpass $1 trillion. The world's top 1% of earners own more wealth than 95% of humanity. So, again, if we were to make a bet as to who would win, it would be the billionaires. And we see it every single day, Felice, and I know you see it too, the fact that we get so many people that are just simping for billionaires. It is staggering to me that we still feel like, I've seen the comments scroll by today, like, why do you guys always diss on billionaires? Because there shouldn't be billionaires, in my opinion. I think when you're talking about a combined net wealth of $14.2 trillion. There was a study done that those individuals, the five that I just mentioned, their wealth surpassing $1 trillion, that would align with the country of Switzerland. So all the production, all the things that the Swiss economy produces totals $1 trillion. Switzerland has 9 million citizens, which means, in theory, those five people could hire those 9 million people to create the wealth that they've earned through whatever. Zuckerberg, sure. Elon was given his wealth. Warren Buffett, sure. Elon was given his wealth. I mean, it's just, this is what we're talking about. And everything relates to this. You're not going to, I know Felice is not going to stop talking about it. I'm not going to stop talking about it. The billionaire class, the oligarchs taking over our country are the enemy. We always punch down to women, punch down to minorities, punch down to the BIPOC community, you name it, we'll punch down. Meanwhile, they're laughing at us. And this is more the divide.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And it's really like, you hear them saying, we won. You know, what did you win? You hastened like the end of late stage capitalism, right? Of the wealth divide. Like I was doing statistical analysis of 1980 to 2024. Every tax cut has led to a transfer of wealth. Every conservative tax cut has led to a transfer of wealth to the top of the economy. All you can literally track, you can do analyses that we have done as the middle and lower class we have lost money over time. We are winning nothing. The wealth is concentrating at the top of the economy.
Trump is your president 4 years. Would you please join us in our conversation? I'd appreciate that.
Yeah. Genius.
Shauna, how are you today?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
I am actually a friendly. What's on my mind is Donald Trump's most recent, I don't know if it's his most recent, but one of his recent True Socials basically calling for a depression next year, saying that they're not going to raise the debt ceiling in February, and that in all honesty, it'll cause a depression, and they're ready for a depression. As you know, I've been saying this since about 2017 when I started doing the research, that their goal is to take down the United States and to take down the dollar, because with the dollar being strong, they can't take over with cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency has no use as long as the dollar is a global currency.
Yeah, what you're referring to is this truth that he wrote. I read this earlier. The extension of the debt ceiling by a previous Speaker of the House, a good man and a friend of mine, from this past September of the Biden administration to the June of the Trump administration will go down as one of the dumbest political decisions made in years. There was no reason to do it. Nothing was gained, in all caps, and we got nothing for it. A major reason why that speakership was lost, in my opinion, it was Biden's problem, not ours. Now it becomes ours. I call it 1929 because the Democrats don't care what our country may be forced into. In fact, they would prefer depression as long as it hurts Republicans. The Democrats must be forced to take a vote on this treacherous issue now, during the Biden administration, and not in June. They should be blamed for this potential disaster, not the Republicans. Now, his followers will read that and forget that it was 38 or 34 Republicans that actually sank it. They're the ones that did not want to extend the debt limit. They're the ones that did not want to give a blank check to Doge and add more than $5 trillion to the deficit.
Well, I think
calling for depression. They're calling for. Mm-hmm. He's calling for a depression. He's calling for the stock market to crash.
Let me just explain. I mean, what you have to know about that is like, why would that be such a good thing? I mean, it is for capitalists. Capitalists meaning people that have capital, right? Capitalism, and this is easily trackable as well if you know how to make graphs, is a sine wave, right? It goes boom, bust, and it's during the bust that huge transfers of wealth happen to the top. I was just doing a statistical analysis, right? The pandemic wealth increased of 2020 to 2022 of billionaires, 3.78 trillion was transferred to the top of the economy. That's the bust. They benefit in the bust. We lose. So they don't care. A recession is great for them. They don't care. I mean, the larger issue on that is ruining our credit rating. That's idiotic for all of us. But
exactly.
No, but it's not idiotic for all of us if you're a bad guy. So what's been going on since 2012? We've been in World War III because President Obama started the TPP, and and Russia and China both wanted in on the TPP, and President Obama rightfully said no, absolutely not. And so China started what's called the Belt and Road Initiative, and they teamed up with a lot of people. Now, what the majority of World War III is about is nuclear energy and cryptocurrency and a hostile takeover of global trade rules. China wants to be in charge of global trade. They're sick of the West being in charge. And so if we go back, and this is part of the challenge right now, is nobody went back to 2016 and talked about what Donald said when he ran. We didn't talk about Stephen Bannon saying, you got to destroy the United States of America in order to remake it in the image that they want. Nobody talked about that. And we still have Democratic leaders saying, oh, Russia's going to, use nuclear weapons. We have to worry about that. And every time I heard that, I just wanted to smack them upside the head and say, you obviously don't know what you're talking about. Because General Mike Flynn was fired by President Obama. One of the reasons, and it was a big reason, was because he was lobbying for Saudi Arabia to get nuclear energy. And President Obama rightfully said no.
Yeah.
And there's more money in nuclear energy than there is in gas, in currency trading, and Russia makes the majority of their money off of nuclear energy, not oil, which people also don't know. They sell uranium.
So Shauna, who do you think wins? Because obviously there's a very clear divide now. We've got the America First loyalists and we've got the Doge tech bros. Who do you think wins this MAGA civil war?
The Doge tech bros.
Yeah.
People don't, and I think, have you ever heard of the word Doge? Do you know what a Doge is in the 17th century and 18th century? Well, I guess
Yes.
8th century. So for those of you who don't know, a Doge is, when it started, was like a president for life, more or less, right?
Yeah.
That's what a Doge is. And when people think that Elon Musk just picked Dogecoin for the goof, or just a coincidence, bullshit.
Yeah, I know.
That guy is intelligent. He knows what a Doge is.
Yeah. Well, Shauna, I appreciate your perspective on this, and this is something that we'll have to watch. Thanks for requesting today. Thanks for being here. Appreciate
Absolutely. You. Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Everybody, please keep tapping. Tapping is clapping, sharing is caring. Why is Felice only at 1.6? Her pay apps are in her bio. If you'd like to support our channel, you can do so. There's a gifting goal today. Not a lot of progress there, guys. Please consider joining our team. We'd appreciate that very, very much.
Yeah, my Cash App and Venmo is a girl has no name, like my profile name.
There you go.
I was going to say something and now I forgot what it was. I feel like I was going to just, I hate when that happens. I'll think of it.
I do it all the time. Marble, how are you today?
Oh, I was just tapping.
Okay.
I didn't mean, I just tapped. I'm sorry.
Great job.
That's
Gary,
okay.
I
Thank
understand.
you for
Aggressive tapping can lead to...
Okay, I just want to cancel.
You got it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Have a good day. Oh, there you go. That's nice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bobby. You're the best.
Appreciate you very much. That was nice.
Someone loading about, is it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. I think it's Michelle.
I can see it.
Yep. Michelle, are you there? Okay. All right. Just to recap, for those of you that are just joining us, our topic today is about this division within the MAGA party. There's the very, very clear lines that have been drawn. Thank you, Bobby. Appreciate you. There's been clear lines that have been drawn about, which direction the Doge tech bros want to take our country. They believe in, they believe that we need immigration for qualified, skilled workers, because in their mind, the American working populace is just not qualified, lazy, and they've doubled down on that. And Donald Trump has since come out, and although he doesn't know what he's talking about, he has supported that push, right? And then we've got the America First, Laura Loomers, and others within the party that are like, wait, what are you talking about? We want, what about the brown skinned people? We don't want the brown skinned people coming in here. So like we've been saying, and Felice put it very eloquently earlier, this has never been about immigration policy. Never been about immigration policy from their perspective. It's always been about racism. They just want to use the names of victims. You'll know who I'm talking about. I won't use their name because their family asked us not to. They want to use bullshit rhetoric like they're eating the dogs and they're eating the cats. They want to use Venezuela in Aurora, Colorado. They want to use all this bullshit because the plan all along was to use the narcissist that is Donald Trump as the implement to take over power. Reduction of tax codes, removing of regulations. I mean, pay for play. $1 billion invest in our country, and we'll just bypass and fast track any applications for whatever it is you want to do. Doing it with the EPA, doing it with the FDA, defunding public education. So this is kind of a culmination of all those kinds of things. When you've got one side that's got deep pockets, and the other side that have been turning their pockets inside out, complaining about the price for a gallon of eggs for 4 years, and here we are. It's all about money.
And I just to add to that, because I couldn't agree more. I just want to be clear that like what it really is about is like doesn't stop at racism. It's really about capitalism, right? It's about the concentration of wealth, right? That is what we are seeing, right? Is the concentration of wealth with a few people at the top of the economy. And capitalism relies on one thing, and that is ideally in a perfect world, slave labor. But next to the cheapest labor that they can possibly source. That is how, the surplus of capitalism is created, that is handed to the shareholders, right? It relies on cheap and or slave labor. So that's what you're seeing play out, right? You're seeing the globalist billionaires, and MAGA be like, wait a minute, like we're amongst globalist billionaires? Yeah, you are, who are looking for the cheapest labor, right? Indentured, what's better than an indentured servant coming from another country? That's how Dubai was built, for instance, right? They have laborers come from East Asia. They take their passports, right? And they say, you're going to work you owe us this much money because we brought you here, and you're going to work for, they say like 7 years, but maybe it's longer, a lot of them unalive, right? That same thing with Qatar, like that skyline getting ready for the Olympics. That is what they did. And if anyone was pointing it out, they would unalive them. Yeah, like capitalism is built on cheap labor. And one of the exchanges with sort of like the European whiteness for the average YT man in Western civilization was like, hey, we're going to give you social capital, right? Because of your skin color, you're going to feel more important than maybe brown or black people. But the reality is they too are in the same boat as us. We are all being robbed by the same people.
Will, I saw you in the comments, and I wanted to invite you up, and thank you for accepting my invite.
Yeah, thanks. I just came in to get some knowledge. I didn't expect to come up. Thanks, man.
Your perspective on this, I think, is interesting because you speak for rural voters a lot, or you're at least trying to speak to rural voters.
Yeah.
And now a lot of those hardcore America First loyalists are kind of caught up in this bit of a civil war, right? Where there's a clear divide, like we've been talking about all morning. So how do you think that's going to land on those MAGA loyalists, if you will?
On Monday mornings, I need to change the time so I don't conflict with you because you own TikTok in the mornings. But I do a little 1 hour kind of news story in the mornings on Monday. And it's funny that you're talking about this, Steve, because I brought this up today. Like, I've kind of joked with you before that on Saturday mornings I go to eat breakfast at my local rural cafe with all my MAGA friends that I grew up with, right? And trust me, I get an earful then because these guys all think I talk directly to the president, which isn't even close to being true. But it's their one opportunity to talk to a Democrat in politics and tell them everything we're doing wrong. And this Saturday was like the first time that I'm starting to see the eyebrows go up over the mass deportation issue. Because, and I told you this before on a live that I was on, it's not that most of the rural people where I live agree with mass deportation. It's that they think he's just clowning us, the libs. He's owning the libs. Well, he's never going to do it. He's not going to send all these people home because he knows how devastating that would be to agriculture. And now,
I'll be right back. I'm listening. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Now, with this big civil war that broke out, over the visas and immigration and that type of thing. Now they're starting to say, "Holy shit! I think he's really going to do it." And now they're really pissed because for the first time ever, I can honestly say that in the last 3 years, I've never heard one of these guys voice anything negative at all about Donald Trump. But for the first time ever, I heard 2 or 3 of them say, wait a minute, if he's going to deport the people we need for our labor force and agriculture, et cetera, then why is he giving the guys like Elon Musk a break? Getting the labor that they need for overseas. And it's like, you sit there and you're thinking, okay, this is an opportunity for me to be a cool guy and to like try to have a teaching moment here, with these folks that I grew up with. But at the same time, I'm just internally, I'm shaking my head going, Jesus Christ, what the fuck did you think was going to happen? So, hey, has it grown into a groundswell? No. But you're starting to see the first inklings of, because it hits them right in their pocketbook. And Steve, it's not only that it's cheap labor, it's that nobody will do those jobs here. I mean, I remember during C-19, I've got a family member that has a big farm out in Imperial Valley, California. They raised the hourly rate up to in some places they were trying to pay 30, 40 bucks an hour to harvest produce, and they still couldn't get people, to come do the job. So people that come here, their value goes so far beyond cheap labor. Like Felice isn't wrong at all, but it also, you can't just decide one night you're going to pick produce for a living. You have to have the stamina, the skill. It is a skilled job. As much as people don't realize that it's a skilled. Anyway, I'm rambling, but my point is, I think I'm starting to see the first recognition in these people that, wow, it's not going to be the way he promised us it would be.
There was this, I'm not sure, it might have been I'm not sure who covered it, but there was an interview with a South Dakota dairy farmer who lived like 10 miles from Christy Noem, the governor and now DHS secretary at some point. And the farmer was asked, who you voted for, and he said he voted for Trump. And then the person was trying to explain to him the mass deportation policy, and the farmer was like, well, that's not going to happen. And the reporter's like, well, what if it does? And he's like, I'd be out of business tomorrow.
Yeah.
It's like 75% of his workforce were undocumented workers, right? So I guess my question then to you is like, is this an opportunity? I know we're in the wait and see mode, right? We talk often, we've talked very often, and I've been very candid about this, is that it may take the entire system to crash for anybody to realize what they voted for. Sadly, it's always people at the bottom that will suffer the most. Mm-hmm. So I go back and forth as to whether or not I don't want that to happen, but it may need to happen.
I do too. I do too.
Yes, you know what I mean? We're all in that kind of boat, right? Do you think that's what it will take for the MAGA loyalists and those that have been fooled and lied to realize that they've been fooled and lied to, and then what do Democrats do about it?
Steve, is it okay for me? I mean, I don't want to say anything about this unless you're okay with it. Can I talk a little bit about what you're helping me with, what we're going to be doing, just for a second?
Yeah, man, please go for it. Yes.
Okay, so we're putting together. We've already put it together. Actually, this week we're going to get down to the bank to get the account set up, et cetera. But we put together a nonprofit for lobbying purposes called the Back 40 Action, and then we put together a PAC, super PAC, that we can support local, state, and federal candidates called the Back 40 PAC. And Steve has graciously agreed with his marketing background, because I'm not a creative person at all, to help us out with this. And honestly, Steve, I see it. I think, obviously in the beginning, opposing some of these cabinet nominations is going to be critical for this nonprofit. But I also think that you're 100% right, that this is going to be an opportunity to reach out, especially to rural women that voted for Trump. And then I do think over time it's going to be a great opportunity in rural America to pull some, people. There are a lot of farmers that they still buy into the Republican way of life because of the conservative economic issues. And they don't buy into, farmers have gay sons and daughters too, and all these other things. So, we can argue all day long, like you and I, we'd all three immediately agree that, the culture wars issue, that they're on the wrong side of history there. Right. But they'll come with us if they learn in the long run that some of these things that they didn't think were going to happen because he was all bluster are going to happen. So yeah, I do think it's an opportunity. You're still going to have farmers and ranchers that are going to be victims of the culture war no matter what, kind of like that book, What Happened in Kansas, talks about. But I do think there's going to be opportunity here, because it's the very first place it's going to hit them is in the pocketbook. The very first place, because it's not only that you're taking away their labor, but there's no labor force there to replace it. I mean, I've run into this, Steve. I've posted jobs paying $20 an hour and gone to the local FFA program or, something like that to try to get people to come do these really heavy, intense physical labor jobs. And I'll have times where I go 3-4 months and I can't find anybody to fill that job. So I do think it's going to be an opportunity. Maybe not from a moral perspective. I'm not sure they'll come with us because of that, but I think it's going to be an opportunity from an economic perspective for sure. To Felicia's point,
I think you're right. It may take the ship to sink for them to realize it, especially since they ran on sort of salivating over mass deportation and ending inflation and prices going down, and we all knew that that's just impossible, that it's not going to happen. And now when they're faced with it directly, at the same time, you've got the tech bros calling them lazy and unqualified and unskilled, which again is one of the reasons that Trump, I think, drew them in, because they felt victimized. They felt like they were lost and someone was not their champion, and they identified, of all people, Donald Trump to be their champion. So
yeah,
we'll see.
yeah.
But thanks for your perspective, Will. I appreciate you jumping in real
No,
quick.
you
And then let me
bet.
know.
And I'll circle back with you after this week. I got to go have something done tomorrow, and then after that, I'll circle back with you, Steve, just to let you know it's all in place.
Appreciate you, Will. Thanks a
All
lot.
right, have a good day, guys.
You too. See you later.
Nice to meet you.
You too, Felice. Thanks.
Breaking news. Donald Trump has endorsed Mike Johnson for Speaker of the House. So we'll see how that goes.
Well, there you go. Well, it will be interesting because God, then they'll all just fall in line. Except for maybe Thomas Massey, which Thomas Massey is nuts, but I do appreciate, he's one of the few, he's one of the 24, was it 24 in the end or 30 who didn't vote for the spending bill? So
Chip Roy, another one that's got some issues.
Oh yeah, well yeah, Chip was good. But you know what's an interesting thing Thomas Massey said too, in between all the last few days just yelling about how he doesn't trust Mike Johnson, he also pointed out, he's like, Congress has paid out $17 million in settlements for SA lawsuits. He's like, don't you think we should release the names of those people, of those Congress people? I'm like, for once I agree with Thomas Massey.
Right.
Release the names.
There was some reporting about Kay Granger about how they've known about this going back to May or June, and they intentionally did not want to release it because they needed the vote. So there's that. Mr. Minderbinder, how are you today?
On the mend. How are you guys?
Doing fine, thank you. Who do you think's going to win the MAGA Civil War, or do you think there is one?
There absolutely is one. It's been inevitable. I don't think anybody's going to win, unfortunately.
You don't think the billionaires, the deep-pocketed billionaires, are going to win?
I mean, that's probably the most likely scenario. I mean, Trump he's sort of just a aimless vessel, populist vessel for all these big money interests. I mean, I don't know how he's going to find a way, and obviously they're not finding a way to go forward with Elon Musk's visions of the future, with Putin's visions of the future, with Peter Thiel's, J.D. Vance's visions of the future. And they're all just we're just watching them all kind of collide and blow up in their own face.
Yeah, did you have something else on your mind that you wanted to talk about when you requested?
I mean, I guess I kind of just wanted to chit chat about that. I haven't really had a chance to think or go back and forth with anybody about it.
Who'd you vote for? Who'd you vote for? 2024.
I voted for Kamala and Walz.
Yeah, I mean, I think what we kind of been touching on this morning is just, the reason that the divide came about was because Vivek, well, it has to do with the hiring initially, but Vivek literally going after MAGA voters. Let's be real. That's who he was going after. So he sort of lit the match. And then the MAGA loyalists, the America First loyalists, have been the ones that have said, wait a second. You're saying that the people, we put you guys in power, although no, they didn't. Their money, their votes did, but the money did. We put you in power based on this America First ideal, and you don't give a shit about us. And the way I look at that, it's just like, Vivek and Elon are saying that America has the capacity to be great in these sectors, but not with American workers doing the job. So it's like this twisted logic. From their perspective, it's clear and concise, but MAGA is going to interpret that a different way.
And I think it's like, I don't know. I think the conversation is twofold, right? Like, number one, I just was pulling up, I love the Peterson Institute for International Economics, you know, and they have nice graphs that are easy to understand. For one, it's like what we have to explain to MAGA is in the short term, the effects of a mass deportation, right? Like, we are looking at double the Great Depression if we just deported 8.3 million, right? Not even, you know, a little more than half of the immigrants that are slated to be deported. And that's not even talking about the cost of the deportation, which, you know, is estimated as high as 600 billion. But, you know, we're talking about crashing our own economies, biting off our nose to spite our face. And then the second part is validating MAGA, because it's true. What has happened with American policy has left American citizens behind, right? We should be subsidizing education, right? We should be. I was just reading, like, Oklahoma, this House bill, I think it's 3278. Gosh, please don't quote me on that. But Governor Stitt in Oklahoma just passed a House bill that basically says, well, since most of you aren't planning on going to college anyways, we'll just count 8th grade math, because we're having a problem with people getting through two algebra courses in high school. And they're, you know, that's our highest subject of remediation. We'll just count your 8th grade math class as your high school math. Well, that's not going to get anyone to being an engineer. That's what we have to talk about, is what is it going to take to empower Americans, you know, and that's subsidizing education. That's providing free healthcare, right? Like, that's putting people in a position to, you know, so their parents aren't working themselves to death and they can help their children with their math homework, you know, things of that nature. Like, that is a conversation I would love to have with MAGA.
That's a very good point, Felice, because again, the MAGA loyalists, the America Firsters, complain about public education. They support eliminating the DOE, even though they don't really understand what the DOE does. Here's Vivek and Elon saying, you guys aren't very smart. You're not very smart. You're not very skilled. You know, you don't have the appropriate skills to take our society where it's going anyway, because if we don't do it, China's going to do it. If we don't do it, other countries are going to do it. And yet, here's MAGA, again, loyalists, now on the defense for wanting to do away with the DOE because they're being told they're not smart enough. Make that make sense, right? Literally.
Well, I think MAGA's innate inability for introspection has like set them down this path to celebrate their own mediocrity. It's like a mashup of white supremacy and eugenics and, I mean, all sorts of other factors where they're like, we are just the best just because we're the best. And
yeah,
it's causing all these roadblocks socially.
The illusion that we're the greatest country on earth.
Yes, stop lying to the manifest destiny, the American exceptionalism. Like, we are, or whatever Jared Taylor is saying. Oh, we're just genetically better. It's these type of beliefs that are like, America's number one. Like, what are you talking about? In every like human development index, we are not number one. I had a young 18-year-old when I was debating with Pickles a couple of days ago come up and say, and imagine choosing the Scandinavian countries, literally chose the Scandinavian countries where they are beating us in every measurable category.
Everything, yeah.
Everything. Exactly. And he was saying because women have been presidents there, they've been rutted to the ground and are off. And I'm just like, wow, this is America. Like, America is garbage. We are at 17.8% poverty rate. There's a Washington Post article that came out I think Saturday, this weekend. We are now at like 18% unhoused in this country, like an all-time high. Like, America is not great.
No, not even close. Mr. Minderbinder, thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Hey, not a problem.
Well said. And then what we need to talk to them about is what policies actually reverse those issues, you know, and then what they don't like, because they've been taught, brainwashed to think personal responsibility, pull yourselves up by your bootstraps. It's like, we know that none of that will work.
Guys, I'm sorry about the tech. I'm trying to get it figured out. I'll just yell. Fish Trucker, how are you today?
Hey, brother and sister, doing good.
Hey.
You sound okay to me, Steve.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
I've been going into some opposition, some MAGA lives to I don't know. I think I've been watching and hearing this stuff enough where I've been able to hold conversations with people and kind of dunk on them, so to say. But I'm noticing, if you remember back to 2016 when Trump won the first time, and you realize a lot of the hoods came off, it's happening again. I'm starting to even record some of these lives. I don't report people, and I honestly don't even know what to do with the recordings. But there were some last night that I just it was straight up Proud Boys going after a woman of color, a gentleman of color, and just piling on and on and on. It was really disgusting. So I just kind of, I'm asking you, if you had that kind of stuff. I mean, I'm sure you put it in the clips and put it online and saying it's not good or something like that. Is there anything we can do to hold these people accountable and to get these fucking hoods back on or off or whatever it is?
Well, it's a multi-part question. I think the first step is exposure. Sunlight's the best disinfectant. The more opportunities we have to do that, the better off we'll all be. Like I've shared many, many times, we are upside down and we're losing the fight in social media spaces. There's not enough voices like Felice's to be heard out there. There's not enough representation in large social platforms for people to push back against these kinds of things. There never has been, and we continue to lose that fight. I think it's got to start there. Then I think it takes courage. I think it takes courage for people to stand up to it and say, enough's enough. We're not going to tolerate this anymore. And, I want Felice's opinion on that as well, please.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I come from, it's twofold for me, right? I have two backgrounds. I was a teacher, so I have this undying belief, right? We know that what is the best thing to lift people out of poverty? Education, right?
Yeah.
And so that is why the most dangerous thing MAGA can do to themselves, right? And they will drag us all down with them. And now they're seeing why with the H-1B visas is to not focus on education, for us to not pay, to not invest in education, to not place a huge importance on education, to not make it a safe space for children, right? The mental impact of these mass tragedies, of the fear of these mass tragedies, are crippling students' ability to learn. They're calling this generation like the anxious generation. They are quite literally growing up in constant fear. You cannot learn that way. You cannot learn when you're hungry, right? You cannot learn when you don't have shoes on your feet. Like there's all these barriers to entry. So it's there. Education is one part, and then the other side of me comes from the advertising world, which then just says, hey, just like we almost eradicated smoking in America, like we could just advertise it out of them, right?
This was all around.
Let me just.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. That's fine.
It was all around deportations, and it's really fucking disgusting, and it makes me sick to my stomach to hear and see, and it's carrying those schmatzy sayings, and it's really gross, and it's out there. So I appreciate what you guys are kind of doing to expose that, and I just wanted to run it by you guys. That's all.
Thanks, Trucker. Appreciate you, brother. You have a good day. Be safe out there.
Have a great day.
Bye, Felice. Bye.
So this is an interesting, another little, meme that's out there, but I think it's real. So maybe if I defend billionaires and fight for their right to hoard infinite money and fight against good policies that would lift poor people out of poverty, then maybe I'll be rich one day myself. And I think that kind of says a lot.
Well, I know, and that's the number one thing I hear in debates, right? And then I start showing data. Hey, not taxing billionaires, cutting their taxes, cutting corporations' taxes, saying, hey, if we tax them, they're going to offshore. It has helped us amass zero wealth in the middle of lower class, literally less than zero. We have lost wealth because of it. That is not the answer. And Robert Reich, who is a former labor secretary, and he's an economist and a professor at the University of Berkeley. He talks about it constantly. If you don't follow Robert Reich on TikTok, follow him. He's amazing.
I agree. Riarco, how are you today?
I'm doing well. It's interesting to hear that Felice was a former educator. I say this all the time, where I don't think people really understand it, that our global economic systems are rooted in education. I mean, at this point, our country's ability to synthesize should be a national security issue. Honestly, we have a problem with it. Um, oh, so many things. Deportation was brought up. Is it not? Am I incorrect in saying that isn't mass deportation isn't that considered war crimes in other places of the world?
Um, I don't know about war crimes. I mean,
Is it
deportations.
against some level of international law?
Well, the issue
Oh,
the
it's
issue
definitely
is
breaking a bunch of treaties. I mean, that's really what the issue is no, we can't do it because the countries are not going to take anyone back. Like that is the issue. It's a violation of a lot of treaties, right? When you get your feet on US soil, you have the right to claim asylum, right? You have the,
yeah,
that's how international migration treaties work.
and plus the fact that it violates constitutional rights of people that are here. So there's that as well. 14th
Mhm.
Amendment discusses the citizenship clause and also rights under the law. So if you're here, whether you're here as an undocumented or illegal, as they like to say, you're still protected by the Constitution. So war crimes, interesting. I mean, I think to Felice's points, it's a violation of treaties, the biggest thing. International law, violation of international law, not necessarily a war crime, is how I would say it.
I kind of threw it all in the same category. I knew something was off with it. I know I've read something somewhere. I wasn't quite sure what it was. I did my spaghetti theory, threw it against the wall and see what stuck. But here's the biggest thing with MAGA. I think I think the point I'm about to bring up isn't just MAGA. I think it's a problem with how we understand capitalism in our country. I like to say that we're in a capitalism 2.0, where we don't recognize the difference between um, capitalism and consumerism ideology. Are you guys like familiar with what consumerism is?
Oh,
Maybe,
absolutely.
Yeah.
yeah.
I worked in advertising.
Oh,
Like
so you
I
understand? Yeah.
perpetuate consumer. Yeah, I actually feel quite a lot of guilt for my contribution to it.
Yeah. When people, especially maggots, when they start talking about their their issues and their problems with the things that they're struggling with, they don't recognize that while they think they're supporting capitalism, they're supporting consumerism, um, and they don't recognize what the ideals are in it. And I think that's a major problem. And it comes back to we're not educated in concepts in this country. What's happening in Oklahoma is frightening. I mean, I do believe I'm trying to remember, make sure I'm doing this properly, but Oklahoma says that you either have to be enrolled in a college or university. You have to be involved in the trades, or you have to go into the military. And please correct me and fact check me on this, but isn't that what they were doing in England 20 years ago? That you had to go along one of those three tracks, or at least if you were having problems and issues in school, that you were forced to go into military.
Well, no, I don't think you're forced in
Yeah.
the UK. Like, I mean, there's A levels, right? Like, if you want to go to university, you have to take A levels, which are certain tests to qualify for it, or otherwise, then you can go into it. You can be a tradie, as they call them, or you can. The military is an option, but they're not conscripting people into their military.
Okay. It seems like it reminds me of what was happening over in Britain some decades ago. So I mean, we have to get better about education. We have to it
Oh
should
yeah,
be it should be a
that's
national security issue. There should be
And the UK heavily subsidizes like university, right? Like I mean, they do that. That's what we need to be doing. Like we can't. Why do we expect Americans to want to go to college when they know, oh, I'll be in a lifetime debt. Like I'll put myself into a lifetime of debt doing that. Yeah, the cost benefit analysis is not good at this point.
Anything else, Riarco?
That's about it. You brought up some things, and it tickled my fancy, so I thought I'd jump up and say my piece. I've been listening to you for a while. This is the first time I think I've been up on the panel. Thank you for having me up. I appreciate it.
You got it. Thank you very much for being here. Have a good day. See you
Thank
later.
you.
Right, bye.
I wanted to point out Tona said this because I wanted to say I did my research. I read the House bill in Oklahoma. People are saying that like you have to either you're in a trade or you go to university or you're going into the military in Oklahoma. I read the entire House bill. It doesn't say that. It's not mandatory.
I would like to address Hans Gruber.
So I just I just wanted to say that, like, if from my research, they're not forcing people in Oklahoma to do that, and I don't know how they could legally.
I'd like to address this because there's a lot of confusion that people, again, because you're only getting your news, you're not bothering to read. The 14th Amendment of our Constitution makes very clear distinction between what qualifies as citizenship and protections under the law. So, citizenship grants citizenship to anyone born or naturalized in the United States, including formerly enslaved people. That's one side. So the birthright citizenship. Okay, you're born here, you're a citizen here. Equal protection requires states to provide equal protection of the law to all people within their jurisdiction. Representation, a portion of, what is the other piece? Disqualification. Yeah, those two, the due process clause. So there's the citizenship clause and the due process clause. So if you are in our country, you are protected under the Constitution, whether you are a citizen or not, whether you cross the border through a port of entry and claimed asylum or not. If you are here, you are protected under the Constitution. Why do people not bother reading? I don't understand. Yeah, okay. Hello, Moth.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm a little sad, if I'm honest.
Why?
Well, there's a couple things. One, we're not at 500K yet. That makes me sad.
Agreed.
So, if you don't want Moth to be sad, then you guys need to start tapping. Also, I'm sad because my shirt was supposed to be here this weekend, and then the schedule got pushed back, and now it's not supposed to be here until tonight. So I don't have my shirt yet because the delivery in my area sucks.
Oh, and on that topic, by the way, so just as a reminder, so looks like the majority of shirts for The Sound of Children Screaming have been either shipped and are in the process of being shipped. We are still using that as a fundraiser for our friends Brett and Nikki. That is in the merch store. All profits from the sale of that shirt will go directly to them.
Also, hi, Felice.
Hi.
Sorry. I am like half awake today because I worked my overnight job last night and I'm about to clock into my other full-time job. So I am not 100% here today.
So what you're saying is that you're helping billionaires get another boat, Moth.
Oh, I'm just trying to pay my mortgage.
I get you. I understand.
Yeah, like Sam said, don't make Moth sad. Tap the screen. Also, share the live. The shares are actually doing pretty good today. They can always be better, but they're doing pretty good. Let's send those gifts. Also, I think Felice needs some more gifts. I don't think she has enough. So I think we should be sending her some more. She's almost at 4K now. She needs to get there. Why is she not there yet, guys? Come on.
Agreed. And it's A Girl Has No Name is also her page available at any time.
And there's the flappy dog ears in the background in case you didn't hear that.
Your horse.
Let's see what else. Let's join. I saw some people joining the Discord. That's awesome. We always love to see new people joining the Discord. You do not have to be a subscriber to join the Discord, but if you are, you get some pretty cool benefits with that. You get a little bit of a discount in the merch store, and we have some amazing merch, like the Just Let Me Pee shirt.
Yep, I Dissent.
And I Dissent.
Yep.
And I Am Fucking Zen. Steve, you need to be more zen.
I am fucking Zen, Moth, okay? Seriously. Inside joke.
But yeah, that's all I've got. So tap the screen, share the live, send those gifts, join the Discord, do all the things. And if you do those things, I'll give you a little smooch on the forehead.
Thank you, Moth, very much. Appreciate you. Shout out to mods everywhere who keep us sane.
Yeah,
Felice
I
has
just
some
want, can I just say
amazing mods,
something?
by the way.
Yeah, I just want to address, okay, and again, anyone can read the Oklahoma bill. It's House Bill 3278. I suggest everyone read it. Like, it has been blown. I understand there's probably some TikTok videos being made about it or something, but I do think it's a little bit blown out of proportion. It's actually kind of the opposite, right? It's saying, I don't like it as a teacher because it's basically saying, hey, if you want to go into a trade, then you can revert to 8th grade math as your math requirement. It's about preventing remediation as a reason to not graduate high school, right? And they're saying, hey, and if you want to be a welder, then you can take fabrication math versus trying to get through algebra 2, because kids are not passing algebra 2 in Oklahoma. The other thing it does that is disturbing as a teacher, because I've read it again, it's not a long bill, everyone could just go read it, is that it drops foreign language, which is kind of gross. They don't, no more Spanish requirement and no more foreign, no more arts. There's no more fine arts requirement. There's no art class. So, but again, any kid can take those classes voluntarily. If you are planning to go to college and you need a foreign language, as you oftentimes do, any kid can be in any course track they want. It's about, if a kid knows, my dad's a welder, I'm going to be a welder, I don't need certain classes. And if there's more specialized classes for me, I can get into those. Yeah. That's what it's about. It's about more specialized paths when kids are sure what they want to do, right? I don't think it's great to drop math requirements. I think that's part of the problem we are now having with H-1B visas. But House Bill 3278, right? This is how we get unskilled Americans, right? Like that. I mean, that's why it's disturbing. But yeah, it's a super short bill. Everyone can read it.
Yeah, I mean, to the language requirements, as someone who's been going through this regularly with my children, filling out college applications, the majority of schools, at least the ones that they've been applying to, are looking for a minimum of 2 years. High school level, doesn't count in 8th grade. High school level foreign language. So again, keep the electorate stupid so they don't know what's going on. That's the goal. So then the insults lobbed by Vivek and Elon are self-fulfilling prophecies. Weird. Throw away. How are you today?
I'm doing great. How about yourself, Fax?
Doing fine, thank you. What's on your mind this morning?
I was listening to you guys discuss a lot of great subjects, and I'm just have to tell you that I really do appreciate the live. I do come from a newly adopted conservative background, but I thoroughly enjoy, I guess I would say, non-heated intellectual discussion on politics.
What does newly conservative mean? What does that mean?
I would say when I was younger, I was extremely liberal up until about the time that I put it this way, I supported Bernie Sanders, and whenever I saw what the Democratic Party did, how the party itself promoted Clinton over him, even though he had so much populist support, it really, really turned me off to the Democratic Party. And it really, I'd spent a lot of time defending my liberal beliefs. And whenever I went back and read a lot of the works of the founders of the country, I found that I agreed more with them intellectually than I did. I suppose I could put into words better or defend my beliefs better from a conservative point of view than a liberal point of view.
Okay. So there's a lot to unpack there. So
yes,
can I make the assumption that you voted for Trump this past election?
I did, but I didn't the election before this. It was a slow migration, but I will. Can I tell you why I voted for him?
That's the next question I'm asking. Yes, absolutely. Please tell us why.
I don't support everything Trump does. But one thing that I do like about Trump is that he makes MAGA, and I'm not MAGA. He makes MAGA have to defend his stupid decisions, his stupid policies, but it also makes liberals or Democrats have to defend stupid Democratic policies. And to me, it shines a light on everything that's wrong with our government at the moment. Case in point, you brought up the problem of billionaires buying influence in our government. And I feel like that's a uniparty problem. And I feel like had Harris won, we wouldn't be discussing that right now, but we are because Trump won.
No, we're discussing it because Trump has put dozens of billionaires in his cabinet.
But what has filled the swamp more than Donald Trump in his first term and his second term? Look what he's done now. He's literally moved 13 billionaires into his staff. And if you count Elon and Vivek, they have the wealth of 169 countries.
Yeah, and I'm not even going to argue with you on that. I'm just happy that we're talking about this because I do feel like the billionaires and I'm sorry, you go ahead. I'm sorry, Facts.
It's okay. Just hang on one second because you attempted to say that we wouldn't be talking about it as if we wouldn't be talking about it if Kamala Harris put 13 billionaires in her cabinet. First of all,
yeah, I don't think we would.
Well, she wouldn't have done that, so that's why we wouldn't be talking about it. We'd be talking about people who are actually qualified for those cabinet positions, right?
I honestly...
Is Dr. Oz qualified for a cabinet level position in government?
Yeah, he has 100 million. That's the qualification for Trump is gross wealth. Yeah, he's not qualified whatsoever. He has no qualifications to be in the position he's in.
I can't argue with that.
Okay, so then...
And meanwhile, they called 4-star general, like the 4-star Secretary of Defense, they called him a DEI hire, right? And he was a 4-star general that Biden appointed, and now they're appointing a guy who ran a platoon and has been credibly accused of rape.
So the premise of your statement, and this is where I think oftentimes, due respect, where MAGA goes, they like to say, well, all politicians lie or they're all corrupt or this. Well, if Donald Trump, what was one of the main principles of Project 2025? Let me make it easier for you. One of the main principles of Project 2025 was to do away with unelected bureaucrats in Washington.
It was to shrink the size of government.
Well, okay, yes, through unelected bureaucrats. So Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk and all the cabinet positions, are they elected?
No, they're appointed.
Right, they're appointed. Do they have a particular agenda? Could they be considered bureaucrats?
I don't think they have any power other than I guess, de facto
bully. Power?
Well, they have the bully pulpit. They have Trump's ear, and they have a platform to, in their case, call out graft in the government as they see it, for better or worse.
Are you saying cabinet positions? Hold on. Are you saying cabinet positions don't have power?
Well, in their Department of Government Efficiency, all they can do is just tell them what they see in the bills or see where waste and graft is in the government. They can't stop something from being passed. All they can do is shine a spotlight on something and say, I dare y'all to pass it now because you're going to have to defend this thing that I see as a waste of money.
Like shine a spotlight, for example, on the government contracts that Vivek and Elon have?
Yeah, I wish they would.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Okay, so Vivek and Elon have billions of dollars in government contract and will stand to benefit from those government contracts. Are you okay with that? Does that feel like a conflict of interest?
I feel like that in that respect, it is a conflict of interest because if they're not shining the spotlight on their own gains, then they are definitely a part of the problem.
Okay, so do you think that do you think they're suddenly going to be like, you know what? We're making too much money on the backs of the American taxpayers because we are recipients of government subsidies and government welfare. We should stop doing that because it's not efficient. Do you really think that's what they're going to do?
No, of course not.
So then who's the swamp?
They're the swamp, and we're talking about it. That's why I'm happy about this whole entire situation. I feel like there isn't going to be any change until both sides just get the biggest belly full of it that they can stand.
Say it. Can you tell us again, though, why you voted for Trump? And try to be specific if you could. I'd appreciate it.
Yes, I voted for Trump because there has not been this much overt discussion about unelected bureaucrats, about insider trading in Congress, about any of this stuff until he was elected. We just accepted everything.
I've been talking about this for years. Where have you been?
I was on Facebook. I've only been on TikTok for a little while.
Okay. So again, and then I'm going to ask Felice to step in. So you voted for him because you felt like there was too much. The government was too. Okay, the government was too top heavy, and correct me if I'm wrong. Government was too big, too large, right? Meanwhile, we can look at Republican policies that make government bigger, and they want to get involved in everything, including what's in a woman's body. That's one side of the conversation. But you didn't like the fact that there were unelected bureaucrats that were actually, and those unelected bureaucrats that they often refer to on the right are civil servants who keep the government running. They're the ones that literally make the sausage. They're the ones that they're civil servants. They're salaried employees, 75, 80, 90, 100 grand a year. They're the ones that keep the government running. Nonpartisan.
They only make up 6% of the federal budget too. So you've been lied to about that.
Exactly. 6%. Okay, throw away 6%. They're now replaced by unelected bureaucrats whose net worth is bigger than 179 countries. So where exactly is your focus for your vote?
My focus is just on communication. Nothing's going to happen until we talk about it. That's it. If Trump would have lost this time, you know what would have happened in 2028? Then what? Don Jr. would have ran, and he would have taken over MAGA. And then, or perhaps Eric after that, and then we'd never be done with it.
Well, you know what would have happened if Kamala Harris had won? The middle class would have gotten a tax cut.
Yeah, that was her tax plan. I mean, that's a true story. And just so you know, since 1980, right, there's been huge transfers of wealth. Every time the Republicans have cut taxes, the middle class and the lower class have lost wealth, right? It's being transferred to the top of the economy. During recessions, when the middle class loses wealth, the 1% gain what they gain it, right? There was like 3.2 trillion transferred, one of the largest transfers of wealth to the top of the economy during the pandemic. Like we have been losing, like consistently. Conservative policy is bankrupting the middle and the lower classes. We're at 17.8% poverty rate. We're 18% homelessness. Like, I mean, it is, you're saying we need to learn a lesson. Like, it sounds like you have the privilege of probably being okay, but what's happening is people at the lower ends are literally being engineered out of existence, right? The lesson is that people are unaliving. People have no homes. People have no food. Wealth inequality is just growing greater and greater.
Yes, and we're not going to be able to, in my opinion, and this might sound drastic, but we're not going to be able to elect our way out of it or government our way out of it. It's almost going to come to another French Revolution, in my opinion.
Why do you think we can't elect our way out of it?
Because billionaires are too close to an AI singularity. They're too close to being able to produce anything that they want. They won't need labor anymore. Labor will go from being an asset to a liability, and when that happens, they're not going to give a damn what happens to us.
Hold on. Why did you vote to make it easier for them to do that?
He's an accelerationist. He's saying he's hastening the end to start over, I think.
Yeah, I'm a nihilist. I don't think that there's anything good in the current setup with our government. I just want it to all come crashing down, and I want us to build it back up.
But you couldn't vote. You couldn't vote for an opportunity to do that through non-nihilistic means, meaning you vote for Kamala Harris, you get access to more health care, you get a tax cut, you get protection for women's bodies, and then we start electing progressives down ballot who will literally change our society for the better. You couldn't see yourself doing that. Instead, you chose to light the match.
Yeah, and in the past several decades, we've had way more Democratic leadership than Republican leadership, and it's steadily gotten worse anyhow.
That's not true. Do you know what a bicameral government is?
What do you mean?
Do you know what a bicameral government is?
I don't. Can you define it, please?
Means, sure. So I know again, it's the argument that the right likes to use. Like 12 of the last 16 years was a Democrat. Bicameral means you've got a legislative body, you've got a executive branch, and the power shift goes back and forth between them, meaning that it very, very rarely does the party in power, the executive branch, have control of Congress.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
So we can't use that argument, right? And if that's the case, so from my perspective, and I'll be objective, and I want Felice's opinion on this as well. If we look at the last 40 years, the reason that you think the system is all fucked up, in my opinion, and I agree, is because of Republican policies favoring the rich, tax cuts every single time they take power. The wealth gap gets wider and wider and wider and wider. That's not a coincidence, Throwaway. That's not a coincidence. Going after public education, going after healthcare, going after Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, going after women's rights to their body, suppressing the vote, banning books, basically wanting to eliminate the, gay marriage, wanting to harm marginalized gay, that from an elected perspective, that particular ideology is the ones that are actually destroying America?
Yeah, I feel like any program, any new department that we start in the government just creates a new,
like Doge,
funnel, a new funnel for taxpayer money to go to the billionaires.
Like Doge, you mean?
Like and our decline started in our debt started, the acceleration of the diminishing value of our money really started whenever we left the gold standard and kind of pegged ourselves to the petrodollar. Then LBJ's Great Society created, it was supposed to pull people out of poverty.
You mean like civil rights, like protecting marginalized groups through civil rights amendments?
No. I'm talking about all of those programs, but all it seemed to do was just make rich people richer and poverty stayed the same.
No, that's not true. The deficit, you can look at Democratic policy it actually lowers the deficit. Biden lowered the deficit. You just don't understand, because what happens is there is such a dramatic effect from conservative policies, right? These tax cuts, deregulation where the rich get richer, things like stock buybacks. Nixon was the beginning, right? But he didn't do too much damage. And then Reagan that was the beginning of the end. Once we gave corporations power, we said money is speech, basically, right? We allowed super PACs, we allowed billionaires into politics. All of these things, we allowed the concentrations of corporate power, like, corporations equal people, equal First Amendment rights. All of these things are what ruined it. It's conservative policy. I don't think Democrats, and I'll give you this, I don't think moderate Democrats go far enough, right?
Agreed.
And we are the only modern country, we're the only developed country that does not have universal health care. At minimum, we shouldn't be paying to go to the doctor. We are like a third world country.
Yeah, if we could eliminate the middlemen, if you could eliminate the corruption in government, I'd be for it 100%. But I feel like if you created
corruption is the money, though. That's what I'm asking you to see.
Exactly.
The corruption isn't the government; it's the money. It's the people it's the capitalists, right? It's the gross amount of wealth, right? Because I get libertarians will say, and you kind of sound a little bit like a libertarian, but they'll say we're printing money, but the question is not why are we printing money, right? It's because there's these huge transfers of wealth to the top of the economy, and the money is not recirculating. Right? If we don't print money, people are gonna starve, right? The problem, you got to follow the money. The problem is the gross concentration of wealth at the top of the economy.
So Throwaway, the world's top 1% of earners own more wealth than 95% of humanity.
Right. And all the U.S. billionaires collectively have, I think it's $4.75 trillion. Even if we seized every bit of their stuff, our government's so bloated that it wouldn't even pay for a year of federal spending.
Once again,
And one time.
I'm challenging you. You're thinking about this backwards because Felice just pointed it out, right? Everybody says it's the corruption in government. It's the money. It's the influence of money over government, right?
Yeah, it's bought and paid for politicians. I think that we would go a long way if we just publicly funded elections and got and allowed no contributions. Everybody had the same set dollar amount to run on.
Right, that sounds great to me.
Get rid of Citizens United. Totally agree with that. But that's not the system we have now. Why do you think Citizens United has not been overturned?
Because of bought and paid for politicians, they're not going to get rid of their gravy train.
Incorrect. It's Supreme Court. It's conservative justices on the Supreme Court. That's why.
Are appointed by Republicans, right? And right now we have Alito and Clarence Thomas who are probably going to retire, and they're going to put 2 40-year-old nutbags on the Supreme Court for the rest of our lives. That's why we needed to stop Trump from being in office, because of the judiciary.
Exactly. So throw away. I just think your thinking is backwards. Now you talk about how like there's things that we agree with. 10 toes down. I agree. Way too much money. Ban insider trading. I'd go a step further. I would say that if you were ever a lobbyist, you cannot serve in government, and you cannot become a lobbyist after you've served in government. So I'd go a step further. Right. Term limits we can debate. We have elections. That's what elections are for. I would certainly put an age cap on whether you can serve in government. I don't mean to be ageist, but let's be real. Let's be real. Right? So your thinking is backwards. Can you come back on the app, please? Yeah. So your thinking is backwards. So would you? Here's a question for you. Would you support raising the corporate income tax from the 21% it is now to 30, 35, 40%?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. What would you do with that money?
That is a good question. I'm torn between investing it in something that would benefit society, let's say school or healthcare even, or getting rid of some of our national debt, because the interest is going to be like $1 trillion in just 10 years every year. Okay.
So, but you voted against that, my guy.
Yeah, I want it all to burn down, man.
But you wanted to, so that people suffer, so that people at the bottom, marginalized
billionaires won't suffer when you burn it down. That's when the transfers, the busts, the recessions, that's when the wealth transfers happen. They do fine.
Yeah. So it's marginal. It's women. It's the poor. It's BIPOC communities. It's marginalized groups everywhere. It's the infirmed. It's people who depend on public assistance. Those are the people that are going to suffer the most, because you voted for that.
I feel like I'm poor. I'm driving around in a 2004 Dodge Grand Caravan that's falling apart. I'm just ready. I'm just ready for it all to blow up.
But you voted for that to happen. You voted to harm yourself. That's weird. You couldn't just bring yourself to vote for a black woman?
Hey, it wasn't that. As far as all of this went, I feel like if Harris would have been elected, we would have just kept on with our decline.
What?
Kept on lowering the deficit? Do you understand that Biden lowered the deficit? Biden and Harris lowered the deficit. Trump exploded it. Do you know these things? We would have kept on doing the right things. We recovered the best in the G7 from the pandemic. Trump is inheriting a robust economy that is firing on all cylinders.
Stop talking over
borrowing trillions of dollars to run our government every year.
Throw away. Felice was literally in the middle of a sentence. Thank you.
I do apologize.
No, I'm just saying the Democrats balance the budget, right? We are lowering the deficit. Biden lowered the deficit. That's during the pandemic, right? That has to do with policy changes. You don't like the debt. I don't either. Biden's proposed budget would have added less to the debt, right? What we need to do is we need to tax corporations and tax the 1%. Trump is going to tax them less. And we are going to be taxed twice. We're going to be taxed through tariffs, and then we're going to pay income tax or federal taxes and state taxes at the end of the or in April. We're being taxed twice, so the billionaires can pay less. And we know, because we have trailing data through statistical analysis, that cutting taxes for billionaires and corporations has never trickled down. Never. Ever. It does not work.
Just look at the last 40 years, Throwaway, right? We get 12 years of Reaganomics, okay? Which is where we saw this massive wealth transfer. That's where it began. Corporate tax rates were cut and cut and cut and cut. Massive deficits, crazy support subsidies for the wealthiest. Bill Clinton comes in after 12 years of Reaganomics, and not only does he balance the budget, but leaves us with a budget surplus. Why? Because he offered tax cuts to the middle class. Shocker. And then all of a sudden, W comes back in, puts us in 2 wars, deregulates, another corporate tax cut. What happened at the end? Recession. Obama comes in, bails his ass out, turns the ship of the economy. We're growth. Trump comes back in, inherits out a great economy, cranks out another corporate tax cut, drives us towards a recession. COVID saved his ass. Joe Biden comes in, turns the ship again. Are you getting a pattern? Are you starting to understand?
Mm-hmm. And what do you think is going to happen after this term with Trump?
What do I think is going to happen? I think a lot of it depends on courage from the American electorate. People are stupid. People were stupid. They voted for a fantasy. They voted, due respect, you voted for the same thing. You believe that there's a solution, that billionaires are suddenly going to start being altruistic and philanthropic and look out for us. They're mocking you. They're like, you guys are too stupid to know better, that we just ripped you off. That's what.
No, I don't think billionaires are altruistic at all.
Then why did you put them in power?
Because I think that because I feel like they'll show their hand and everybody will stand up, and then we'll have a clearing of the board.
And more women will lose their lives, and more marginalized communities will suffer.
Maybe they'll stand up too. I mean, I just want everybody to stand up.
Haven't they been standing up?
We have been standing up. Are you not? Like you're speaking from the place of ultimate privilege, right?
Serious. Yeah.
Like it's crazy. You want to punish the disenfranchised. You're saying, I want people who have been suffering for decades, for hundreds, for centuries to suffer more. And the people, and in doing so, what will happen in the next 4 years is you have hastened the concentration of wealth at the top of the economy. You're allowing more deregulation to make that happen. Like, if you're a fan of capitalism, think about it. We have 3 grocery chains. Oh, well, thank God the Kroger-Albertsons merger didn't go through. You can get groceries at Amazon. You get groceries at Walmart. It was going to be Kroger-Albertsons. There's a few other private ones, Publix, but there's only like 5 grocery store companies anymore. Do you know why? Because conservative policy made it so wholesalers could sell give cheaper rates to chains, and that they bought up all the mom and pop grocery stores. Capitalism requires competition. That's how prices stay low. Now we have just a few billionaires that own everything in an industry, and they price fix amongst each other.
Exactly.
You are punishing yourself. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You are punishing yourself. The CNN's parent company, right? The guy that owns it was like, as soon as Trump went public and said, oh, Hollywood, the entertainment industry is ripe for mergers. They consolidate into just a few companies, and then they price fix. If you want capitalism to be healthy, right? And then they price out small businesses. Trump literally made a True Social post and said, anyone with a cool $1 billion, right? I will deregulate environmental regulations. He'll let them pollute anything. If you're a billionaire, if you have $1 billion to put in the pot, you get special rules. Now, do small manufacturing companies trying to make it get special rules? No, they're going to be priced out. They're going to go out of business. Capitalism, this is late stage capitalism. We can't go, it's never going to be healthy again. And you are in the same boat as us. We're all being robbed.
Think of it this way. So your nihilistic views on things about burning the whole system down, who's going to recover when it does? You think we are, or do you think the billionaires are?
I think it depends.
It does?
Yes, it depends.
Sounds like you're trying to defend your stance.
Billionaires have private armies. They have islands. They're going to be fine. They're not going to be burned down.
Yeah, it depends on what, Throwaway.
I think it depends on how much everybody else wants to stand up. I mean, we're the most well-armed country in the entire world, so.
Okay, so you have this fantasy, this Rambo fantasy that we're going to go up head to toe with toe to toe.
That's the most ignorant thing that white males say.
That's what happened in the French Revolution. So
okay, do you understand it's not the 1700s and we don't have single shot muskets? Are you aware of the American military? They will unalive all of us before we won't be fighting people. The drones will come from the sky. Like, I cannot believe you believe what you're saying is intelligent. That's why we have to reform. Revolution, we lose. We unalive.
That's right.
I don't care how many ARs men in the South have under their bed and that make them feel like men. That's the delusional thing to say.
It sounds like you're ready to just let the billionaires do whatever they want to do because we can't defeat them anyway.
Absolutely.
Is what it sounds
You're
like.
doing the exact opposite of what you're letting them do whatever you want. You gave them carte blanche. You put them into government. They are going to deregulate and do whatever they want. That is what you did.
So Trump had Elon Musk, a billionaire, supporting him. Harris had 90 billionaires supporting her.
That's again.
That's not true. That's not true. There's about 2/3 of the billionaires that contributed to the 2024 election are on the right. There are billionaires on the left, but it's a higher concentration on the right.
But it just sounds.
And now they are in office. And just to be clear, Elon Musk gave $277 million to getting Donald Trump elected. Do you know he's made $270 billion? Since the election, this man is now worth $270 billion, like a $277 million investment to gain $270 billion in wealth.
So it's easy.
All I'm saying is that both sides are bought by the billionaires, and it sounds like you would rather not even fight them.
Throw it again. You're not going to see. You're attempting to try to change the entire
both sides in the argument is false logic.
You're the one you've accused Felice and I of wanting to just let the billionaires do whatever they want. You voted for it. We didn't. You voted for that. We did not. You voted to have billionaires in a cabinet. You voted to burn it down, knowing full well, in your ignorance, you're unwilling to admit it, knowing full well that the mosquitoes, the insects that are billionaires, are the ones that will survive the apocalypse. Not you and I. You voted for that, not us. So stop trying to spin that to think that you're the one that's defending the rights of the little man, because you're not. You're driving around in your beat up minivan expecting the billionaires to bail you out. Are you fucking kidding me? And then
I never expect them to bail me out. I just expect them to show whom they really are and for everybody to get sick of it. That's it.
We are sick of it. You voted for it.
And I'm sick of it.
You voted for it. You're the one that said, you know what? I want to burn it down, but I'm going to let the billionaires hold the match.
And do you understand the difference between billionaires investing in democratic policies, a budget that will tax them, will increase, they're voting to increase their own taxes. They're voting to increase their businesses' taxes. Right? Like that's the difference. I'm explaining the difference. On conservative policy, those billionaires, which are the vast majority, are voting to give themselves tax breaks. So the ones who have given Trump millions, they're now next to him. They're getting government contracts. They are the swamp. They are getting kickbacks. And outside of government contracts, please understand, all of these billionaires surrounding him have stock market investments in the military industrial complex. The real waste in government that you're talking about is in the American military, and they are all profiting off of it directly.
Listen, Throwaway, you might feel like you've got, the majority of the country's best interest in mind, but you're selfish, and you have to accept that. The reality is very clear. You voted for this fantasy. You voted for this belief that burning it all down will mean things will recover like the Phoenix. No, it's the billionaires that are already taken over, and you voted for it. So, good luck. Felice, I don't know. Do you still have to leave, or are you good?
I'm okay. Yeah, I
Okay.
can stay.
Okay. That's crazy. Jeepers, that is just
Big gas.
nuts.
Hey, at least
Everybody,
he's starting to bargain and like try to make excuses for why he voted. At least he probably, you know what I mean? Like he's already like, oh, I love this Teddy. It's like at least he's like, oh God, I probably did the wrong thing, so now I've got to justify it in some weird way.
maybe. I hope so. Doughboy, how are you today?
I'm okay. How are you guys?
Doing fine, thank you. What's
Good,
on your mind?
pushing through.
That was interesting, wasn't it?
To say the least. Yes.
I've been seeing more of that. And I was just talking about this earlier today. We didn't see too much of that prior to the election. I'm not trying to, suggest anything. I just think it's interesting.
Too much what? We
And
didn't see
just
too much of what?
the burn it all down crew, right? I don't know why they're coming out of the woodwork now. I've noticed a lot of those people.
I think it's a sign of intelligence because, or like, I'm not saying they're incredibly intelligent. If they knew how to look at a spreadsheet, they would know they're being robbed by the people they were voting for. But I'm saying they know, like, like, okay, it's getting very clear that I voted for a side that's probably not going to help. So what is the next line of logic? Oh, well, if I hasten if I burn it all down, then maybe we can rebuild it, which we can't because billionaires will be fine in the burning down. They're going to be fine. Who decides how we rebuild the people with capital?
Yeah, it's the argument is that the main, the line of reasoning that Trump made to his voters was to say, listen, drill baby drill. We know that the oil executives do not want to drill baby drill. They've come out publicly and say we're good. Actually, we're making good profits right now. We're good. $3 a gallon is the sweet spot. It ran on mass deportation, which again the racism element is, yeah, let's get rid of the brown people. That'll help. Meanwhile, it will cripple the economy and ending inflation. All those things are bullshit. And yet, the people complaining about the price for a gallon of eggs, yes, I know it's called satire. People complaining about the price for a gallon of eggs for the last 4 years are now suddenly okay with the billionaires being in charge who own all of the egg farms across the country and around the world, setting the price. Make that make sense.
Yeah, it's absolutely wild. But there are those folks specifically, and I didn't come up here to talk about this, but it is interesting nonetheless. There are those folks that they voted with the intention of burning it all down. And it's just like, well, why? Okay, if that's where your line of reasoning took you, why didn't you take it the next step and then the next step, right? What happens after it burns down? How does it burn down? Who's going to pick up the pieces? Is the United States going to be, a union as we know it, or is it going to be 6 independent countries? There's things that you got to think about that you're not thinking about. You got to take it to the next step.
That would require actual thinking. That's part of the problem.
I know.
If you can't get past the point where you understand that I don't care how many pew pews you buy at your local pew pew store, you still don't have enough to go against the American military.
You ever hear a Predator drone? Like, my God.
No, like
I know. I know. People in New Jersey on the east coast of the U.S. were concerned about these drones above their head. You think the U.S. Yeah, exactly. You know where I'm going with that.
My jerk off, pardon my French, the House rep, Jeff Jejune, Vapid Van Drew, put out that statement, that ridiculous statement about how the Iranians are off the coast of New Jersey.
Of course.
Okay. I'm going to get upset if I keep going down there. I hate that guy.
Yeah, but we just got to keep calling this out. We just need to keep. I mean, this is from my perspective. You voted for billionaires. That's our bumper sticker campaign.
Yeah.
That's the reality of this. All of it. All of it boils down to that. Fleece says this better than I could ever say it, but it's all about the money from the top to the bottom. The entire thing has been a scam. The entire thing has been just one distraction after another so the billionaires can gain power. They use the idiot, narcissistic, malignant narcissist that is Donald Trump, stroke his ego, change his diaper, whatever the fuck they had to do. They now have the keys to the car, so to speak. I got to get that image in my head. Anyway, they now have
And
the keys
meanwhile,
to the Hillary car.
distract MAGA, be like, oh, who's in what bathroom? Like, who effing
Exactly.
cares? We're all being robbed. Like,
Exactly.
stop talking about the bathroom. It's like
Exactly
giving
right.
anytime MAGA starts to figure out they're being robbed, they just start picking on a random trans person. Do you know what I mean? And then it's like a pacifier for a baby. It's like, they're
so
like,
true.
oh yeah, they still exist. It's like, oh God.
Or yelling at women, or whatever they have to do to try to justify, because now their heads are scrambled because the people that they think they cared about or think cared about them don't give a shit about them. And we've been telling them that for years. Thanks, Joe Boy, for jumping in today.
Hold on,
Appreciate
no, wait. Did you kick me yet?
No, not yet. Real quick.
Okay.
Yeah.
I need a minute. Is that all right? I know you got 4 or 5 people in there. I'll be quick. I'll be quick. All right. So I don't want to come up here like a telepathic prognosticator, okay? But just grant me an iota of conjecture here. I just wanted to contemplate how we're going to approach. Again, you're going to have to. There's some presuppositions you're going to have to give me with all this. That we make it to this next, this next election cycle or 2 election cycles from now. How are we going to get a message across? And this isn't me asking you. This is just me thinking out loud. But I want everybody to consider this. We need to consider legacy media is basically it's all right wing media at this point, right?
Correct.
Okay, we can agree to that. I can skip that part. Social media, same fucking situation. YouTube, this thing, I guarantee you, us being able to come up here, I don't want to say I guarantee. I wouldn't be surprised if what we're doing right now is not going to be a thing 3 weeks from now. That's a possibility. It's a possibility.
Sure, possibility. Not so sure. I don't think the Supreme Court would have taken the case if they weren't going to overturn it.
I agree. But can we agree that there's all the social medias that are currently available have right-leaning tendencies, and therefore a message from people on the left side of the spectrum in America will have difficulty getting a message out? Can we agree to that?
Yeah, I'll go one step further. This is what it looks like.
Yeah.
Okay?
Boom.
That's exactly what it looks like.
I love that.
That's where we're getting our asses kicked in social spaces.
Yep.
So this is exactly what it looks like.
So you have your old legacy medias. What do you got now new? You got your social medias. You got your podcast. Even the podcast, top fucking one, with the exception of last week or this week, was Joe Rogan, right? So what do? How do we combat this? I have a couple things. Unorthodox methods I can't discuss here. Education wise, we need high school teachers fucking drilling media literacy into these fucking sophomores, juniors, and seniors now.
So overfund public education then.
Yep. And they need to scare the shit out of these kids. I can't express that enough. I know these are unorthodox times, though.
Yeah, I wouldn't call for that because, do you have children?
No, absolutely.
Okay,
They're already scared. They're worried about unaliving every day. They have to walk to go to school. Like, don't worry. They're already scared.
Exactly. So there are other ways to get that point across. But yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thanks,
An MLM approach. We got to get 10 people in our downlines. I like the way you're thinking.
Holy moly! Wow.
I'm to Mary Kay this
prosperity.
Hey,
Dan, how are you today?
MLM us to the win.
Hey,
Exactly.
Steve. Hey, Felice. How you guys doing?
Excellent. Thank you for being here. What's on your mind?
Thanks for the conversation. It's been really very interesting. I was listening to what's his name that was talking about blowing everything up to make sure it comes back together afterwards. And I was just thinking about history. Is that when we look at what happened during a revolution, we had our forefathers we're very fortunate we had our forefathers because they actually had a plan. It wasn't just blowing up and getting rid of the Brits, but they actually had a plan for creating a whole new government. And I don't see that with people that are talking about, the Civil War or anything like that. They just want to blow it up. Is that your impression too, or?
Yeah, there's no plan. They're not forward thinkers for sure. They haven't modeled it out. Could just get an AI to ask you if that was a good idea.
I don't necessarily think it's Elon and Vivek's plan to blow it up. I think they just see they want to continue to manipulate the government to benefit them and their other corporate cronies.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I guess that would be blowing up the traditional norms, right? Removing guardrails, the unregulation of capitalism is exactly what they want, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It's that was like throwaway 77. I mean, he made so many points that just failed to hit with me. But one point he did make, which I thought was interesting, was that he felt somehow or another that people generally aren't aware of the situation taking place with billionaires taking over. In other words, he's not taking responsibility for not educating himself about what's going on. He's leaving it up to the billionaires to basically shoot us in the head to prove that we shouldn't be in front of the bullet when they fire it or something like that. I mean, it's a self-destructive sort of reasoning, and if we do happen to blow it up, as he says, we don't have enough educated people around to put this whole thing back together again. I mean, it's a death wish, really.
Have you noticed? I could not agree more, Dan. I'm going to follow you, but have you noticed the like the tendency in America lately to blame the victims? It's the craziest thing. Hey, let's never hold aggressors accountable, right? Or the way MAGA is like, the Ukrainians have been occupied, invaded, and are being massacred alive. And they're like, well, these Ukrainians should just give up. Like, this is their fault.
I don't understand that. I really don't.
The part to me that fascinates me the most is that the assistant to the assistant manager at the Waffle House seems to think that they're going to be a billionaire, which is why they simp for billionaires.
Oh, yeah.
It is amazing to me. The same group of people that have complained about everything for the last 4 years, corruption in government, deep state, not even know what the fuck it is, and all of a sudden now we've got billionaires in charge. They're gonna fix shit. It's great. It is so. This is the power of right-wing media. Been talking about this forever. They have convinced their voters that it doesn't matter what you see over there. Ignore it. It's the bathroom issues.
Yeah.
It's the immigrants. It's women with too much power, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
It's the distraction. Don't watch what my other hand is doing as it reaches right behind you and grabs a wallet out of your pocket. Why? Yeah, exactly. Watch what's in front of you. Yeah.
Thanks, Dan.
And Mark Cuban said something interesting on X. He was challenging Vivek's stupid post about about everything, and he was just saying college is where you learn to think. And he's like, that's why people need to go to college and that is what you learn. You're not learning necessarily what specifically you're going to do in your career, but you're learning to critically think. You're learning to challenge authority. You're learning to source accurate information, right? Yeah. And it's like, we don't have enough people in America that have learned to think, right? Exactly. So then when they're exposed to Fox News, it is so much more potent. If you've learned to think critically and you hear that Fox News rhetoric, it's just like, what the is this? But if you haven't, it is like crack, it's a simple answer,
So Felice, you may not have met Marty yet, but Marty has come to see the light. And so Marty, thanks for being here. We got to speak a little bit yesterday. Your story is just intriguing to me that you finally realized, holy shit, you were deep in cult and now you're not. I lost you. Marty, are you still there?
Did you say, sorry, I'm working?
I think so. Are you still there, Marty? That's unfortunate. I'd love to talk to you. But, here we go. There, you're back. Marty? Why don't you request again? I do this every day, and we can have that conversation again. I've got time for one more guest. We'll bring up Jeff, and then we'll wrap for the day. Marty, we'll get you back up here. Jeff, how are you today?
Oh shit!
Jeff, are you there? Holy shit!
I think that was a mugging.
That was something. Yeah. It was.
All right, I'm sorry. I put the phone in my.
That's okay. Are you still there? What is going on today? All right. I'm going to bring up Marty again since he's back. Where are you, Marty? There you are. Okay. Everybody, let's see if we can close out by hitting 600K, and please let's get Felice above 5K.
All right,
Felice,
can you hear me now?
we got you, Marty.
All
Welcome
right,
back.
sorry. I was at work and I forgot to take Wi-Fi off. So when I walked outside, my my Wi-Fi was on almost nothing, so that's why I couldn't hear you.
It's no problem. It's no problem. As I was sort of mentioning to folks, we met yesterday, and we talked a little bit. I mean, I think your story is interesting. You came to the realization that you were lied to, and you came to that realization, and now you're on a mission to inform others.
Yeah, absolutely. 16, got sucked into something that is not me as a person at all. I got sucked into it. I was made, they gave me my opinions, made me feel like they were going to do something for me. And then, went through a long process to try to get out of it. And it took my family to do it. And they kept coming to me and kept coming to me. And eventually I got that seed that they planted of letting me know, hey, look, this guy isn't who you think he is. He's telling you lies, and you're not this person. So, I mean, not to take up tons of time. So, to just explain is that you can get out, but it is a long process. And thank God I did. I don't know where I'd be if I didn't. My wife should have left me. I mean, it was ugly. And I don't understand how I get really, I've been talking to people as much as I can. I do a live, like you said, almost every night as well. And trying to reach people. And some of the I've reached a bunch of people, but some of the frustrating part is when you talk to intelligent people that you've known for your whole life and they take his word over you, even when I've been in it and I know what it's about, they don't listen. But some people are listening. It just takes a lot of work to keep at it, because to decultify is hard. Deconstruct is very hard. Very hard.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we spoke a little bit yesterday, and a couple of things that really stood out from our conversation is like how we engage, if we choose to engage with people who are still identified as MAGA, and that's going to be difficult for a lot of people, yours truly included, when there's been such, I mean, the amount of hate that's been levied at me. I can't imagine what Felice gets and other women get and other members of marginalized communities get from those people. So it's difficult for us to say, because from my perspective, it's not about us going to them, it's about them coming to us, right? It's about them realizing that they were the ones that were wrong. They were the ones that were living in hate. They were the ones that were lied to, that chose to believe the lies. We've been over here saying, listen, this is what's going on. And that wasn't good enough. So it's people like you're in a unique position because you were in that hive mindset, right? You drank the Kool-Aid, you took the red pill, you wore the red hat.
Yeah.
You're out.
Yeah, and coming to them as an example, I think we've come, I think we spent, every one of us probably has spent enormous amounts of times before going to them to try to help them to get out. But they have to be willing to listen. They have to be willing to try to get out. So you're right. They have to come to you a little bit. And I said to you yesterday is I feel it's very important for people to also take a gauge as who the person was. Were they really who you think they were, or were they always this? Because if you're going to spend your time trying to get them out, they better be somebody who doesn't really espouse these ideas until Trump came along, because they won't listen otherwise.
Well, was it always there? They just were given permission?
That's the hard, that's the $1 million question, right? And it's hard to always realize, but I always go off of like the kind acts that maybe I engaged with them on. Like, did they, for example, my wife went through cancer. People donated, people gave meals, good kind acts that are nothing like Trump. I try to analyze and think about those just to make sure, is this person really that person? Or
Oh, he left. Might have gotten a call.
I agree with you. It's like Daniela Young, right? Who says, if leaving a cult was easy, if there was a magic formula or an easy way to leave a high control group, she could bottle it and sell it. And it's a labor of love almost. Like, I think that's kind of how teaching is as well. Like, I think that's why people wonder why I just continuously just will keep trying to educate people. But that's what you do when you're a teacher, right? You're not like discriminating against anyone. You're just like, hey, I believe in like the upward, the education can lift everyone up and like take it or leave it, but I'm going to teach it kind of thing. And I think
we'll bring you back up a different day because we're about to wrap anyway. But just real quick, Trump lost his appeal of the E. Jean Carroll $5 million defamation essay
Yep.
verdict. Federal Appeals Court today upheld a $5 million verdict that E. Jean Carroll won against Donald Trump when a jury found the U.S. president-elect liable for SA and later defaming the former magazine columnist. A unanimous 3-judge panel of the Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in Manhattan rejected Trump's argument that the trial judge should not have let the jurors hear evidence about the Republicans' alleged past misconduct, making the trial and verdict unfair. So democracy and justice prevails.
And that's why we need those judges inserted into all the federal judges confirmed.
Literally just grabbed that thought from my head. I was thinking the exact same thing. So we shall wrap. So Felice, it's always great having you here. The next time we speak, we will be looking at a new Congress. The next time we do this together, we'll be looking at a new Congress.
That's true. Wait, will that be Friday? Well, Friday. What day is
that's the
Wednesday's the first, second, third. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, we'll do the people's receipts on Friday together, guys. 11:30 Pacific or 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 Eastern. I'm doing the people's receipts today. I will be doing it, so hope to see you guys there.
And then next Monday will be January 6th, which is the date that we all know very, very well. So that will
oh my gosh, I didn't even think of that. They'll probably be out in force. Yeah, we'll have to commemorate that according.
Exactly. Anything
I can't believe we're finally here.
I know. Anything that you'd like to
just
share
guys,
before we wrap?
Yeah, come to the people's receipts today, 11:30 Pacific, 2:30 p.m. Eastern. It's going to be fun. I'm going, because I told you guys, I have just been with like a bowl of popcorn going on X looking at funny things since this MAGA Civil War happened. And it'll be very fun to watch. I'm going to show you guys some of the weird posts.
It's crazy. Thank you, Felice, for being here. I appreciate it. Thank you for some new subscribers. Thank you for gifters.
Bye, guys.
Thank you for people who are watching us here, watching us there. Thank you to our mods. Bye, Felice. We're going to raid our friend, U.S. McAngry vet, Matt. Tell him we said hello. And we'll see you back here tomorrow.